beware. For happiness does not last for eternity. It comes, but when it goes, sadness descends with severity. Celeste blew out a breath of adoration, eyes trained on the handsome boy standing with a tall masculinity on the podium. His lips were drawn into a thin line, his expression as blank as a sheet of paper, and yet his beauty outranked every werewolf standing on the meeting grounds, both men and women. Celeste wasn't sure how he did it, but every single thing he did made her heart flutter, and her legs weak. He was the center of her attention despite the many other people scattered around the vicinity. His eyes, his lips, his body. Every single aspect of him called out to her, but in what way could she respond? Certainly not by confessing that she had many times drooled while watching him, and certainly not by hunting him a darn rabbit. But either way she chose to respond, it was no secret that he was out of her league. For one, he was the future alpha of this pack, and added to that ball of misfortune was the fact that he was her sister's boyfriend. Tonight, 12 o'clock on the dot, would be the day they officially became mates. You see, tomorrow was his birthday, the day he'd be able to scent his true mate, and the celebration was on the brink of starting. The yard was full of mated and unmated wolves, and women from the Forester pack as well as other packs stood in deep anticipation, praying to the heavens that they'd be the one. Celeste stood in that deep anticipation too. Though her sister was 99% his mate, she couldn't help but hope to be the remaining 1%. At least then, she'd have a teeny-weeny chance to steal him from her B***titch of a sister. Her sister. It's a hassle to even call her that. She didn't act like a big sister, much less a distant family member. At school, Celeste was a victim to verbal abuse. The kids there always taunted her, and instead of taking her side, her sister would always take theirs. Why is Celeste so ugly when Celia is so pretty? Aren't they supposed to be twins? Why is one hot and the other is not? It was a struggle to go to school every day. She was the nobody, the odd one out, and Celia was the one on top. She got everything she wanted. Even Mom and Dad favored her, leaving Celeste with no one, absolutely no one to turn to. Sad, isn't it? But Celeste was used to it by now. With a sigh, she glanced at the woman next to her who kept whispering, 1 minute left, 1 minute left, 1 minute left. It was annoying, but it made Celeste's anticipation rise to a higher heights. In 1 minute, her world would turn upside down, and she knew it. The guy she had a crush on for years was about to fall in the hands of another. She didn't want to see that happen, especially when her sister's palm was stretched right open. Swallowing the lump that had formed in her throat, she took a shaky step back, eyes glancing at her lifelong crush one last time before turning her back. Her steps took her down the dark path of the Packlands, her hands buried in her pockets and her heart buried in sadness. If not Zilon Mekr, then who would be her mate? Nobody else made her feel the way he did. He was like an angel to her. Everything about him was perfect, even when he was glaring or pouting. But he wasn't hers, and she had to live with a certain suddenness. A hand grabbed onto hers, squeezing her wrist in a vice grip. A frightened gasp left Celeste's lips, and without much thought, she turned to look at the perpetrator. It was him, Zilon Mekr, her angel. His eyes were a blazing orange, signaling that his wolf had completely taken over, and his blood-red lips were drawn back in a sneer, even as he pulled her against his thick and muscular chest. Mine. He grunted, arms encasing her in a very tight embrace. Mate? Those two words caused both Celeste's heart and body to freeze. Mine. Mate? What was he talking about? Did he think she was Celia? Ignoring the denseness of her heart and the pleasurable sparks that seeped out of his touch, she pushed away from him. Celia is somewhere in the dispersing crowd. I'm not yours. I'm not your mate. Zillon's head tilted to the side, jaws clenching, grip tightening. "Mine, mate, mine!" He pulled her back against him, nose latching onto the very crook of her neck, where he proceeded to deeply inhale her scent. "Mark, mate." And without her consent, he did just that. His teeth had extracted, and into the soft skin of her neck was where they intrusively sank. A cry of pain and pleasure had descended from her lips, and like a dead man, she fell against his chest, lips ajar as she panted to catch her breath. She tried to steady herself, but when the strong scent of the man who held her swept across her nose, her weak knees buckled, and against his chest she fell again. She was just 19. She wasn't at the age to scent out her mate as yet, but now that she carried his mark, his scent was rather strong, comforting and arousing. Lotus flowers and freshly chopped wood. It calmed her heart, and inside her head, her wolf consistently whispered, "Mate, mate, mate." Pride from her wolf filled her chest, and amongst it was a flourishing happiness. After all, the moon goddess had granted her her wish. She was mated to Zilon Makr, and on her neck was where his mark of eternity laid. Nothing could tear them apart when this mark bonded them together, but only minutes later, she found that there was indeed something, or rather someone, who could tear them apart. Not her sister or her parents, but Zilon, her own mate. Beware of this tricky thing called happiness, for it is the gateway to sadness. The world before Celeste's eyes had turned upside down. Her life, her choices, everything had tilted to the left, and Celeste was not grateful to the moon goddess for that. She got her wish, but the odds weren't at all in her favor. Her mate, Zilon Makr, wasn't as angelic as he seemed. He was a beast, a man with no conscience, a man without a heart. He treated her as if she was a toilet, but even so, her heart still beat for him. Whenever he was around, her lungs felt as light as a puff of cloud in his scent. Its uniqueness as well as its sweetness calmed her diligently. The matabond was quite prominent between them, but for the 2 days that Celeste knew him as her mate, all he kept mentioning was her sister. He didn't see her as his mate. He made that very clear the night he marked her. That night, when the orange color in his eyes had dispersed to obsidian, he had shoved her away from him as if she was a contagious virus. He had regarded her with a glare, and the words he had uttered later could have killed her on spot. "Pitiful. You're my mate. It's a struggle to even look at you. How in heaven's name would I live with you? That mark on your neck, forget about it. My wolf marked you, not me. My mark belongs to Celia." Celeste's heart had almost collapsed. It had been hard for her to breathe, more so when he had spat repulsively on the ground, then continued to hurt her with his harsh words. "The only reason I won't reject you is because Omegas die in the process, and as future alpha, protecting my pack is my main priority, not killing them. Move in 2 days. I can't have the pack members thinking that I'm in any way a bad mate." And then he had left Celeste on the pack grounds with a shattered heart. Her eyes had followed him until he was out of view, and her wolf kept howling in her head. It was painful to be mated to someone who didn't want you, but even after he shunned her with those words, she believed that the mate bond would help him realize that the moon goddess did not make mistakes. If they were mated, then they must have been mated for a reason. With a sad sigh, Celeste shoved her last piece of clothing in her suitcase. It was time to face him now. The 2 days which she had been so anxious through had passed, and now it was time to move into Zilon's house. She wanted to go. Dwelling close to her crush was a dream come through, but there was this doubt within her. What if he still proceeded to treat her bad? To harshly remind her that she wasn't who he really wanted? That would break her, physically and mentally. It would make her feel insufficient and unwanted. It would make her feel even more lonely than she had been. All her life, Celeste walked alone. Her parents didn't pay her much attention because they gave it all to Celia, and at school, she had no friends. Previously, she had prayed for a mate, one she could freely talk to and one who'd just always be there. Zilon was number one on her list, but it seems he wasn't capable of being the mate she always wanted. Zipping her suitcase closed, she hauled it to the rectangular board hinged onto thick concrete. She twisted the knob situated on it, and with a frustrated breath she pulled the door open, not hesitating to step through. Her steps took her down the creaky wooden stairs, and as soon as she stepped down the last one, she was bombarded by her parents. "Celeste, are you sure you want to move in so soon?" Celeste looked over at her mom with nonchalant eyes. She sounded worried, didn't she? Well, the factuality of it all was that she was only worried about Celia. "Yes, Mom. He told me to move in, remember?" "Yes, but—" She cleared her throat and looked over at her mate. "Williams." "Honey, tell her." "Williams." Celeste's father as well as the Pax Beta sighed. "Why is it that I'm the one who always explains?" "Because, honey, you're very good at speaking your mind, especially when it comes to things that normal people might find it hard to say." "So I'm not normal. Not in the slightest bit, so tell her." With another sigh, the Beta looked over at his daughter. "Look, Celeste, we think this. You moving in with your mate won't work. We believe it will only proceed to pull you and your sister apart. Zilon is your sister's boyfriend and furthermore, your mate. It will be impossible to share." Celeste squinted her eyes as she blankly stared at him. "Why would we have to share?" She shrugged. "He's my mate, according to the pack tradition. It's mandatory that he chooses me. But will he choose you?" That question stabbed Celeste right in the heart, and the feigned strength that had resided around her quickly faded. Would he choose her? They were mates, but he didn't necessarily have to choose her. It's rare, but sometimes mates rejected each other. The procedure was painful, so much so that Omegas like Celeste cannot live through it. But Celeste wouldn't get rejected, would she? She wouldn't die all because she was unwanted by not just her mate but everyone, right? Nothing of that sorts will happen to her. Right? Right. Because Celeste wouldn't let it. She'd give him her all, and in the end, he wouldn't have a choice but to choose her. Nodding confidently to herself, she walked between her parents, hauling the suitcase behind her. "I'm not sure. I guess I'll just have to move in to find out." Celeste fanned her mother off and continued on her way, meeting the last resident in the house by the doorway, her big sister. She smiled faintly, the crook of her lips obviously fake. "I guess I'll see you soon." "You will be seeing me soon," Celia replied, "when my Zilon kicks you out." With a lack of energy, of battle strength. "Yeah, well, I guess you're right, Celia," Celeste replied. "He should just reject you. At least then I'd get rid of my repetition." A repetition? Celeste's heartbeat quickened, her eyes darting over to the dull white walls. "Is that what I was? It's funny how I'm just finding out." She chuckled, fingers clenching tight around the handle of her suitcase. "You should have told me sooner." "I should have. I don't know what stopped me from making it known how unwanted you are. You're just an extra to mom and dad and someone easily replaceable by their own mate. But go now. You'll find out on your journey how insignificant you can be." Celeste's eyes almost watered as she made her way outside. She knew her sister was right. No matter how she tried to deny it, she really was insignificant. Nobody wanted her, but it was okay, as long as she wanted herself. Beware. They're like two face coins, not because they smile, they're on your side. Celeste stepped shakily up the stairs. She had long passed her boundaries, and now she resided on Zilon's, on his land, on his porch. She couldn't deny the nervousness that ran through her. She could feel as her heart pumped heavily in her chest. She could even hear it, the quick and dense beats that sounded like fast, fleeting footsteps. In deep anxiety, her eyes drifted to the door that stood tall in front of her. Should she knock? She should, shouldn't she? But she couldn't. His scent was as strong as it had been the night he had marked her. The potent scent of lotus flowers and chopped woods. It was maddening. It invoked in her a sense of need, one that had her craving him, his arms that provided security, and his lips that should be able to provide her with words of encouragement, especially after what she withstood on her way here. Her sister's words had grown like a vine within her head. Though her neck had already been claimed by Zilon, Celeste couldn't help but fear the act of him putting her sister above her. After all, she had claimed his mark, but Celia had claimed his heart. That's one of the reasons why she couldn't bring herself to knock on the door. Zilon would probably remind her again that him marking her was a mistake. He'd probably even tell her that her sister was who he craved, who he'd eventually mate, and that would tear Celeste right open. Taking a shaky step back, Celeste's eyes darted down to her feet, or rather to the old sneakers that covered them. A mate. How she had longed to have one. But sadly, her mate wasn't wholly hers. Tears, the ones she had been holding back, pricked her eyes. Even more so when his scent got stronger, engulfing her in its warmth. Approaching footsteps from beyond the door greeted her sensitive ears, and in panic, she took another step back. He had probably caught a whiff of her scent. He had probably heard her anxious steps. He had probably. Celeste's heart jumped when the door was pulled open. And in front of her, her crush, her mate, her everything stood. His eyes traveled up her legs until they stared straight into hers, and somehow the eye contact had her legs threatening to leave her unsteady. It was the mate bond she knew. She could feel the pull. An invisible string that kept forcing her to move closer, but with all her heart she ignored it and wiped at her teary eyes. I came. She shakily smiled. Zilon nodded, eyes summing her up with malice. Right, come on in. He opened up the door wider, stepping aside so she could pass by him. Your room is the one furthest away from mine. Everything about you is filthy. Your scent makes my mouth taste bitter. Please stay out of my way. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Just stay in your room. He closed the door the moment her suitcase breached inside. You may eat. There's food in the fridge and on Fridays. I will hunt you meat as your mate, but you are nothing beyond that. A mate that is unwanted. Celeste's heart tore into two, no three. Or perhaps it was now shattered into many pieces. His words were as sharp as a knife, cutting their way into her chest. Her wolf howled like a wounded dog in her head, and pain scourged her as if she had been whipped. Tears fell down her cheeks, her knees weak enough for her to have to hold onto the walls to keep steady. I'm sorry. Zilon glared at her. For what? For not being enough. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. It's moon goddesses for even thinking of making you. With that, he trudged past her, hands in his pockets. And let me be more specific. He stopped by the corner. Your room is the last room on the right upstairs. Mine is the first one. Come nowhere near it. And then he disappeared. Celeste collapsed against the wall, hand clenched against her chest. The mate bond was still strong, but the pain was stronger. It ran through her body as if it was the blood in her veins. It felt like fire, burning incessantly, but she'd pull through for Zilon. She could do anything. She'd show him. She'd make sure he sees her efforts. She'd display just how strong her love for him was, how abundant. Surely it would change the way he thought of her. It would undoubtedly make him feel the same. Easing up from the wall, she wiped her eyes once more and stumbled further into the house. Zilon's scent was embedded inside, It was so strong that it felt as though it was clogging her nostrils. It was supposed to be a sign of reassurance. He was her mate after all, but all she felt was nervousness and the lingering pain in her chest. But it would subside, and one day not far away she'd feel safe in a room that only withheld his aroma. Stepping around the corner, her eyes wandered around what she knew was the living room. It consisted of couches, a glass table, a television, and thick mats were sprawled out on the floor. Looking away from them, her eyes greeted the stairs, traveling up to the room Zilon resided in. She could hear him, his steps, his unsteady breaths. She could feel him too. The mate bond made that more than just possible, but despite the fact that it was pulling her towards him, she walked past his room and to the one he had directed her to. In there, she unpacked her stuff in the empty closet she found, and then she laid rather tiredly on the bed inside. She'd wait. One day he would come to want her, and it would be the happiest day of her life. It'd make up for the pain in her chest, for the disrespectful words he told her, and for the harsh way he looked at her. And that day, her Zilon would be happy too. Celeste shuffled off of the mattress when she became tired of the hungry howls of her stomach. Night had already dusk and she hadn't eaten anything since she woke up this morning. Her throat was dry, her body empty. Even her wolf felt weak, but even still, she was scared of stepping foot down those stairs just so Zilon could degrade her again. She knew that she'd eventually have to, especially if she wanted him to get used to her, to come to love her. But she feared. Celeste shook her head. She couldn't fear the words of her own mate or the look in his eyes. She had to withstand it. She had to see past it with a flourishing smile. She was hungry. She'd go down and cook for herself, and cook him something as well. She hadn't heard his room door open since it closed. He was perhaps asleep, but even still, he must be hungry too. Taking a step forward, Celeste sighed. She had to be braver. He was hers, she was his. Despite all the things he said to her, they were mated. She had to take care of him, even if he didn't take care of her. So she'd cook him her best, she'd wish him well, she'd love him, just until he learned to love her. Garnering all the courage she could, she finally stepped out of her room and walked down the hall. As she walked, his scent got stronger, encompassing her with the warmth it brought with it. She could hear every breath of air that left his lips as she passed his room. She could even hear as he tapped his desk, his dresser, his table, or anything with a hard surface that resided in his room. He wasn't asleep. She knew that now. And that fact made her heart pump a little faster. She didn't stop walking, though. Instead, her steps took her down the stairs and her sensitive sense of smell brought her to the kitchen. There, she did what she had promised to. She cooked up some meat, some spaghetti, and some rice, just in case he had a big appetite. And when she was done, she shared herself a plate, and shared him one as well. Hers was placed on the table, while his was placed on a tray along with a cup of water and his eating utensils. He told her not to go near his room, but she had to be brave, didn't she? Walking out of the kitchen, she walked her way back up the stairs and stood nervously in front of his room. She could hear her heart beat even louder than the constant shuffling on the inside. He could probably hear it too, but putting that aside, she shakily reached forward, knocking only once. Every footstep he took forward frightened her, but she held her ground, despite how shaky the tray in her hand seemed. The door opened, and slowly, shyly, Celeste looked up into the eyes of her mate. He was glaring at her again, this time even deeper than the first. "What are you doing here, Silas? Seal it?" Celeste, that's my name. "I didn't ask for your name. What the F***ck are you doing here? I told you to not come here, and yet you had the audacity to knock. What do you want?" I was hungry, so I cooked. I thought you'd be hungry too, so I brought you." The tray was shoved straight out of Celeste's hand and onto the floor. She looked down at it, dirty and scattered, then back at him. Why did... Feed that to the dogs. I'm not hungry, and even if I was, I want nothing from the likes of you. It probably tastes as filthy as you smell. Leave me alone. Don't try to sway me with food. I do not want you. Tears filled Celeste's eyes, and pain scourged her heart. Why did he have to remind her of that fact every time he spoke? Why did he have to hurt her, her wolf? Why did he... Turning away from him, Celeste held onto her chest as if that would cease the relentless pain on the inside. There's more in the kitchen if you change your mind. I'll clean this up, and I'm sorry to... This time, it's for bothering you. I will not change my mind, not about the food and not about you. You should be ashamed. I'm your sister's boyfriend, and yet you're trying to sneak your way into my room with food. Celeste didn't respond. His words were painful enough. Answering him would only encourage him to say more. So she instead staggered her way back downstairs in search of a broom. It took her a while, but at least she found one, and with it she cleaned up his floor, then made her way straight through his front door. She wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. She wasn't in the mood to do a thing but cry. He didn't have to be so harsh. He didn't have to treat her that bad. She was just trying to be nice, trying to be a good mate. And yet, he took it the wrong way. Stooping on his porch, she called forth the wild part of her, the inner beast that was even weaker than her. An omega, a wolf too weak to withstand physical pain and emotional ones. One by one, her bones cracked as she transformed. Hair grew from her pores, her arms turned into feet, her clothes turned into shreds, and her face turned into that of a wolf. Fully sheathed by the skin of her beast, she ran off into the woods beside his house, determined to forget the words he told her, and the look that had been in his eyes, but could she ever forget being unwanted? Celeste skated breathlessly into Zilon's front yard, still wearing the clothing of her wolf skin. The night had gotten darker, the sun had gone down, and though she had ran to her heart's full content, she still felt like she hadn't done enough. Zilon's words were still engraved in her head. They, for one, made it hard for her to cut her run short, but sadly, she had to, not because of the mate bond, but because of what the elders had once taught her and the other young she-wolves of the pack. No matter what, a newly mated female should return to their mate before 7 p.m. It is said that werewolves were very possessive of their mates, especially the high-ranking ones. The elders didn't go in depth as to why, as well as what would happen, but she didn't really want to know, because nothing would happen, especially if it concerned her mate. He had said it before. He wanted nothing to do with her, so why would he act out or become possessive when she neglects to come in on time? Right, he wouldn't. Taking in a deep breath, Celeste crouched in front of the porch, starting the transition from wolf to human. Her ears were the first thing that withdrawed, and then the hair that had covered her skin. Soon, she stood naked in the darkness that surrounded her. The wind she had previously enjoyed in her wolf form now licked at her skin with a newfound potency, cruelly urging her to head inside. The moon above shone bright, lighting her path as she stepped up to the stairs that lead to the door. She only made it up the first one before the door in front of her swung open, revealing Zilon. Just like the night he had marked her, his eyes were a bright orange, staring straight into her soul. He exhaled, the fog had formed, making his breath almost visible. "Where were you?" His voice was deep, heavily raspy, making the thought that his wolf was in control a fact, and not just an assumption. I went out for a run." She responded to him. "Come here." His words were drawled in a command, leaving Celeste no option but to obey. Her movements were slow and reluctant, but she didn't stop until she stood in front of him. Being naked was a usual thing for werewolves, so despite being nervous, despite being self-conscious, she held her ground and shyly peeked up at the beast she was mated to. What are you... Shh." Celeste's lips smacked shut immediately, quietly watching as he leaned in, resting his head against her neck. He inhaled, taking in her scent. Lavender and freshly picked mint leaves, only tainted by the scent of the forest. Nothing else, or rather, nobody else. His arms wrapped around her naked body, pulling her against his chest. "Mine?" His deep voice chanted. "I can't wait until you're in heat. I'll wholly claim you, take you, mark you, love you." A fire Celeste did not summon rose between her legs as she listened to his words. Hearing him say she was his, feeling his touch against her skin, she felt as though she was living in bliss. His hands were cold, and yet they brought her warmth, so soft, so gentle, making the mat bond, the once distinct pull now stronger. It was magnetic between them. The connection was so intense that Celeste's legs shook when his hands caressed the small of her back, then slowly slid down to grab the bare globes of her ass. She moaned almost breathlessly against him, burying her head against his chest as pleasure scourged her. Please." She wasn't even sure what she was begging for, but she wanted something. Him, maybe, just him. Zilon, or rather his wolf, smirked, cruelly letting her loose. "It's not time yet, my love. On the day of your heat, which is not far from now, I'll take you. I'll give you what you want." He stepped back, robbing her of the safety she felt in his arms. "Your scent calms me. Your presence as well. Please do not leave without my permission." "But The orange color in his eyes slowly dulled to obsidian, and the calmness that had laid across his face turned to one of anger. "Oh God, no." Celeste embraced herself, now feeling the urge to hide what little she could from him. This wasn't the side of him that had marked and promised to claim her. This was the Zillan who wholly hated her. I'm sorry. And let me guess, this time you're sorry for acting like a whore?" Celeste shook her head. Go inside and get some clothes. Stop sicking my stomach with your presence, or moreover, your nakedness." He stepped aside, leaving the doorway open. "My wolf was in control just now, I'm sure you knew. This was yet again a mistake, one that I regret making." Celeste stepped past him with another hole in her heart. Her chest felt heavy again. Her eyes got teary. She felt pathetic. Was she a mistake too, one that even her parents regretted? Celia was born a beta, and even as her twin, Celeste was born an omega. It wasn't fair. The moon goddess kept cheating her. She kept giving Celia everything she wanted. The blood of a beta, the love of her parents, the popularity, and even her own goddamn mate. What else would Celia steal? Her life? Tears pooled down her cheeks as she trotted up the stairs, feeling just as dejected as she felt when she had left. If only she was prettier, sexier, higher ranked. Maybe then, Zilon would see her as his mate. But was there any way to attain the beauty and the power? Was there any way to attain his love? Perhaps not, but how would she know without trying? It has just been a day. Surely she couldn't achieve such in this short span of time. Tomorrow she'd try harder, and the next day, she'd try her best too. She wouldn't let Celia steal from her anymore. Zilon was hers. Celeste woke up in the middle of the night, awfully hungry after not eating anything at all in the day. The food she had cooked earlier on was probably still in the kitchen, and after heating it up, it would have to cease the growls of her empty stomach. Shuffling off of the bed, she stepped onto the floor and out the door. Slow and cautious, that's how she walked, not wanting to wake Zillan up if there was a possibility that he was asleep. Her steps took her down the stairs, and though she tried her best to be quiet, each spirally positioned board squeaked as she walked down them. She sighed in relief when she tiptoed down the last one, and straight to the kitchen was where she headed. She could practically hear the night on the outside, the crickets, and the dead silence that lingered behind it. Not even a footstep tainted it, however. She could hear movements in the kitchen. It was probably a rat, but even so, she stayed alert as she shoved the door open. Her eyes sauntered inside immediately, spotting the person she least expected to see in her pot. Zilon. His eyes were widely fixated on her as well, surprise buried in their depths. "What the F***ck are you doing down here?" he asked. Celeste cleared her throat and shyly stepped beyond the door. "I was, hungry, so I came to get some food." "Oh, right." He shoved the pot as well as the glass plate half filled with meat aside. "I guess it's inevitable to not be hungry. I mean, I had been hungry too. The pack members brought in no food today, and when I linked them about it, they said my mate can cook. So don't think I ate your food because I wanted to. I was hungry. I had to." Celeste nodded slowly at his words, wholly understanding them. "I'm glad I had cooked enough to satiate your hunger." Zilon glared at her but didn't respond. Instead, he stretched for his plate of meat and refilled it with a bit more of the rice. "Celia cooks better than you do, but what had I been expecting? Celia does everything better than you anyway." Celeste's heart cracked shallowly at his words. "I'm sorry." "You're always sorry. Why not try being strong instead? At least strong enough for me to reject you." He garnered some rice on his spoon, bringing it between his beautiful red lips. "I don't understand the moon goddess. You're an omega. Certainly not the right match for an alpha. Perhaps she made a mistake, one she'd rectify in the future." Celeste swallowed her tears. "The moon goddess doesn't make mistakes. The elders taught us that since we were young. Well, she slipped up this time. There's a first time for everything, and this is the first time for her. I feel no attraction to you. The mate bond repulses me." "Then why does it appease her?" Celeste turned her back to him, her white gown swirling behind her back as she took a step towards the door. "I'll leave you then. I'm in my room if you ever need anything." She opted to take another step forward, but Zilon's voice stopped her. "You said you were hungry. Eat. Don't let me stop you. I won't be responsible if I find you half dead in your room. And if I do, I'll leave you there." Celeste couldn't hold them back anymore. The tears fell down her cheeks as she turned to face him. She wiped at them, her eyes avoiding his and her feet trudging over to the plate tray, where she grabbed herself a bowl. In it, she shared herself some food, then walked out of the kitchen with a heart as messy as a broken glass. Why was he doing this to her? Every encounter they had ended with her in tears. Couldn't he be a bit more considerate? Couldn't he think of her feeling as well? How did he think it feels to be mated to someone who keeps reminding you that they love someone else? How did he think it feels to come second to your twin sister in everything? How did he think it feels to be unwanted, to be in pain, to be... More tears flooded down Celeste's cheeks as she climbed up the stairs. She should hate him, but the mate bond made that impossible. Instead, it invoked the need to go straight back to him within her, to beg him to look at her, to hold her, touch her like his wolf previously did. She wanted something from him, something other than those glares, something even stronger than the mate bond, something more intimate than just holding her around the waist. She wanted. What exactly did she want? Pushing her room door open, she walked inside, kicking it shut behind her. What was she thinking? What was this feeling? This crave lingering in the pit of her stomach? Celeste took a seat on the bed, staring down at the bowl in her hand. What was wrong with her? Picking up her spoon, she dug into the food, finishing it not long after she started. She was still angry at Zilon, but mostly at herself for not being what he wanted. Tomorrow she'd try talking to him again. Maybe this time she'd walk away without tears in her eyes. Placing the bowl on her bedside table, she lay down against her pillow, closing her eyes. Sleep took her almost immediately, but even in her sleep, that feeling in the pit of her stomach didn't go away. Instead, it rose higher until heat was the only thing she felt. Celeste woke up wholly covered in sweat. Her body, her clothes, the sheets, every single thing was wet. The breeze that floated inside through the windows was cool, yet she felt as though she was living in a furnace. Her skin burnt, but nothing could equate to the heat between her legs. It felt as though she was standing over high, blue flames that licked at her thighs and at her most private possession. In the pit of her stomach was a need, a certain desperation that called for Zillan, for his touch, for his warmth. But every time she moved to go to him, the heat between her legs would increase. She felt as if she should touch it, or rather he should, and somehow she couldn't come to understand that feeling at all. Twisting on the bed, Celeste trembled when the heat augmented again. It was painful, so much so that she now felt the need to cry, to scream. But with willpower, she withheld, and continued to twist and turn, desperately hoping Zillan would come to her aid. Hours passed and not a sign of him Celeste saw. She felt like she was dying now. Even the touch of her clothes scorched her skin, which was why she had torn them off. Tears now ran down her cheeks, and little grunts floated from her lips, especially when the sheets brushed against her hard nipple. She didn't understand the sensation she got from it, but she could feel as something wet soaked the panties she wore, feel as it drained like water down her thighs. The nub between her warmth wouldn't stop convulsing. It was begging for something that her instincts told her she probably couldn't fulfill. There was this feeling, or rather this voice in her head telling her to slide her panty aside and touch herself, to twirl her nipples with her finger and squeeze them until they softened. But should she? Wasn't that wrong? Twisting in what seemed to be desperation, she shook her head. Other girls from her class boldly said they did. Why couldn't she? Slipping her panty aside, she finally decided to give in to the need that bothered her. Perhaps if she touched it, did just what her body wanted, this torture would end. Her fingers found her convulsing clit first, and as soon as she touched it, her legs shook and pleasure like no other coursed through her veins. A scream, a gut-wrenching scream left her lips when she twirled her finger. The pleasure was too much, but even as she touched herself, the heat rose. Sweat still floated down her neck and between her beautiful, fully ripened breast. The need, the crave for her alpha, for Zillan, was still embedded in the pit of her stomach. Perhaps he was the one who should be doing this. Perhaps only his touch could stop this, since it seemed like hers couldn't. No matter how hard she rubbed, no matter how much pleasure ran through her, she still felt like she was chasing something she couldn't possibly reach, and more tears drained from her eyes as she shriveled up, deeply buried in torment. More hours passed, and the flames within her had ignited to a point where she couldn't stop screaming, stop twisting, stop turning. She couldn't smell the fresh scent of Zillan, couldn't hear his voice or any other sound but her grunts, her screams. Soon, night came down, and she became even more restless. She didn't know what was happening to her, and her mate wasn't even here to help, till the sound of the front door slamming open greeted her ears, and the scent of her alpha flooded her nostrils. Wood, lotus flower, but there was something that tainted it. The scent of mint leaves that smelled so similar to hers, her sister. Celeste wasn't sure how she did it, but she weakly staggered out of bed, and despite the potent heat that ran through her body, she walked through her door and padded downstairs. As she walked, his scent got stronger, making her legs even more shakier. Her eyes searched for him, and as soon as they found him, more slick pooled down her legs, and the heat rose an octave. She grunted, leaning against the wall so she could keep herself up. "Please, I... Zillan's eyes shifted to orange, and then back to black, then orange again. His steps were steady when he walked over to her, and his hands that came forward to cage her seemed sturdy as well. He sniffed the air, his eyes fixated on her naked form as he did so. Ephasterus Kiek, you smell so good, the sweat, the slick, even your tears smell like heaven. One of his hands fell from the wall, groping her ridiculously stiff breast. Smooth, perfect. Celeste moaned desperately at his touch, arching her back, leaning even closer to him. Please, Zilon. Please. Zilon, or rather the beastly side of him, chuckled. What are you begging for, kitten? Celeste shook her head, almost crumbling even though she was leant against the wall. I don't know. What if I told you that I know just what you're begging for? That I could give it to you, would you believe? Celeste nodded, her weak, shaky hands gripping his shirt as she tried to pull him closer. Give it to me, please. Are you sure? Celeste nodded again. Please. Without further questioning, his other hand fell from against the wall as he buried his head against her neck. His hand, the now free one, crept like a spider up her thighs, then lodged itself between just what her panty was trying to protect. Celeste screamed out, her hands gripping his shirt tighter as pleasure ran straight through her. Feels good? She nodded, being as honest as she could. It seemed that it was really him that could stop whatever it was that was happening to her. Every single place he touched was free of scorch, except for the warmth between her legs. Perhaps he needed to touch her more. Perhaps he needed more access. Spreading her legs a little, she moaned, Please, I want more. The beast raised his head to look at her, a smirk on his lips. I know, kitten, but the only way it'd go away is if I *CK you into oblivion. Do you want that? Celeste nodded dumbly, clumsily, not quite hearing or understanding his words. She was in desperation. She was in desperate need of him. How could she focus on anything else but his touch? All right then, kidda. Zilon. Both Zilon and Celeste turned in the direction of the door, spotting Celia standing right between it. Both Zilon and Celeste turned in the direction of the door, spotting Celia standing right between it. Tears were in her eyes, and at the sight of them, Zilon's eyes changed from orange and back to obsidian. Celia? It's not what you think, I swear. He eased away from Celeste, making her wince at the disappearance of his warmth. The heat that had lessened rose again, and she grunted, eyes pitifully watching as he went straight to her twin sister, wiping away the tears that tainted her cheeks. I'm so sorry, baby, he muttered to her. You said you wouldn't. You promised, and yet you did. My wolf was in control. She's in heat, that's why. Is that why you're aroused? Why you were all over her? Wait. Celia, you have to understand she's my mate. It's almost instinct to touch her, especially if she's in heat. Then what about me? Is it instinct to touch me too? Yes, babe. Then touch me now. But, please. Please. Zilon nodded, arms locking around her waist as he pulled her inside, closing the door behind them. His lips caught hers, and a whimper so pain-filled left Celeste's lips. Her heart ached, her body too, and the heat that still lingered within her was so much to bear. Staggering closer to them, Celeste whimpered again, tears running down her eyes. Please, Zilon. It hurts. Despite her pleads, none of them looked at her, and somehow that fact made the pain increase, until she crumbled to her knees. He shouldn't be kissing Celia. He should be kissing her, touching her, holding her. He was her mate, hers. But how pitiful. Her mate was being taken away from her, and she couldn't do a thing about it. Turning away from them, she tried to get up, not stopping until she stood on her feet. Despite the blazing heat, despite the pain in her chest, she took a shaky step forward, almost falling to her knees again. She hated her sister, and she hated her mate as well. More tears left her eyes as she walked, and as the heat rose with every retreating step she took, she grunted and whimpered and cried. In no time, she made it back to her room, her heart heavy as she lay down against the bed. The sheets rubbed against her, almost scorching her skin, and the desperation between her thighs rose to an even higher heights. Taking off the panty too soaked to even wear, she buried her finger between her flesh again, rolling it against her clit, since Zilon, her own mate, wouldn't. A moan left her lips, the pleasure far less than how intense it was when he had touched her. She couldn't have him, though. He was her mate, yet he wasn't truly hers. Moving her hand away from the nub between her legs, she instead cried for something, or rather, someone she couldn't have. She was pitiful, she knew, but what else could she do? Pulling the pillow into her embrace, she continued to cry. She could still smell their scents, hear their footsteps, and she heard it loud and clear when the room to his bedroom was slammed shut. Celia's wanton moans were torture to her for the whole night. They made her feel more pain than the heat did. Every sound she made was like a whip to Celeste's skin. They scarred her, left behind marks that she would never forget. And the animalistic groans that came from Zilon was like a tightening rope around her heart. He was enjoying himself. He had vocalized how tight Celia was, how amazing she felt. It was a cruel experience for Celeste. All the way through it, she had but one thought: how could he do this to me? He knew she was in the house. He knew she was in heat. And moreover, he knew how painful it was to not be the one he was holding. He was hers. The mate bond told her so. So why was he with her sister then? Why was he so heartless when it came to her? A sob breached Celeste's lips, and howls of pain was deafening to her ears as her wolf voiced her sorrow. And it was like that for the whole night. Celeste didn't fall asleep until the sun was out, and when she woke up, it was in the afternoon. Her head ached, her body too, and the heat that had resided between her legs was no more. It's good that it is gone, but why couldn't the occurrings of last night disappear along with it? The memories that kept taunting her, the sounds of pleasure that lived in her head, why couldn't they just disappear? Tears pricked Celeste's eyes again, falling down to wet the dried streaks of tears that already tainted her cheeks. She hated her life. She hated herself. Shuffling out of bed, she put a stop to her nakedness by shielding it with clothes, and then, and only then, did she make her way out of her room and down to the hall to the bathroom. As she passed Zilon's room, his scent scourged her, but not only his, but Celia's too. She could hear their shallow breaths and even the conversation that took place between them on the inside. If only she could cork her ears as if they were the mouths of bottles. If only she could pretend like they ceased to exist. If only she could turn back time. If only she had listened to her parents and not move in. If only. Father had told her it might have been harsh, but the unanswered question he had asked now had an answer. No. But will he choose you? She had too much confidence then. She had thought that the mate bond would help in getting him fond of her, but she was wrong. And now her only wish was for him to just reject her. It was obvious that he would never come to love her. His actions made that very clear to her. And if he wasn't going to love her, anybody else would. It was better she just died from the rejection than wither away slowly from the pain of watching him choose somebody else and not her. It was in the late afternoon when Celeste decided it was time to cook, now that Zilon and Celia came down. Celia was wearing her clothes from yesterday, and Zilon was only in a shorts, no shirt, no shoes. His six-pack was on full display, and even Celeste found it comforting to look. She glanced away. "What are you doing down here?" She almost jumped at the sound of the voice. It sounded so different than it did last night when he was speaking to Celia. I, uh, I was going to cook. Get out, Celia was just about to do that. Celeste abruptly turned to look at him. Get out, Celeste. Pain registered in her heart, and just when tears were about to prick her eyes, Celia spoke up. What are you doing, Zillan? Is this how you treat my sister? We'll cook together, nothing's wrong with that. But you say, it's okay now, babe. I was just angry last night. You can go upstairs. When we're finished, I'll call you. Zillan nodded, leaning down to place a quick kiss on her lips. All right. He turned his back, walking his way straight through the kitchen door, doing the worst thing he could ever, leave Celeste with Celia. So how does it feel, sister? Celia's words were whispered, not loud enough for Zillan to hear, but as for Celeste, I'm sure you're acquainted with the feeling. That feeling of coming second, or rather coming close to nothing at all. How was your heat last night? At least someone as weak as you could endure it. I'm not in the mood, Celia. Leave me alone. Celia laughed, patting her sister's shoulder. Why? Is it because Zillan didn't F***CK you last night? Or is it because he was with me? I'm sure it'd hurt like a B***titch. You poor thing. I pity you. Why don't you just give up? He doesn't want you. He never will. Celeste pivoted on her feet when tears blurred her eyes. She wouldn't let Celia see her like this, not when she's vulnerable, not when she's weak. I don't care about what you have to say. I won't give up. And I hope you finally learn to cook. I was surprised when he told me you cooked better than I do. Little does he know that it's my food that you've been bringing him. And with that, she walked out of the room, ignoring her sister's call. She headed in the direction of the front door, preparing herself to go for a long run without disruptions. Celeste didn't return to Zillan's house until she was burnt out. Her legs felt wobbly, even though she was in wolf form. In such a state, it was painful to change back for Omegas, but Celeste bared the pain and walked butt naked through the front. She didn't want anyone to see her. It was because of anger that she had transformed into a werewolf, and not take into consideration that she'd need clothes right after. Fool. Celeste shook her head in mild disappointment, dedicated to herself while she crept up the creaky stairs. She could hear chatting in the kitchen, which only meant Zillan and Celia were probably in there, giving her a good chance to escape embarrass. You finally returned. Get in the kitchen. Celeste's hand flew up to cover her breast, the other situated over her pubic area. She cocked her head back, eyes greeting Zillan, who stood by the kitchen door. I'm... Zillan turned away with a seemingly angry huff, folding his arms across his chest. Go! Cover up the obscenity of your body. And Celeste needed to hear no more. She ran up the stairs, all the way to her room. Sure, he had seen her naked twice, but it was under unavoidable situations. He was her mate, but he didn't want her, which meant his eyes should never grace her body. He had slept with her sister, kissed her in front of her. He deserved nothing but severity from Celeste. After doing exactly what Zillan said, Celeste came down in a jeans pants and a baggy shirt, an uncaring look on her face as she strode into the kitchen where the happy couple sat. You called. She was talking to Zillan, but her eyes did not meet his. Your sister cooked us lunch. Well, she cooked me lunch and then she decided to pity you. Well, she didn't have to because I don't want any. Celeste turned her back, making her way straight back into his room. She would not choke on Celia's rice. She would not eat it even if Zillan tried to force her to. She hated her, and it seemed she was getting to hate him too. She could still feel the mate bond, as strong as the boisterous wind outside, but now she could successfully ignore it. He had done enough to hurt her since she came. He disrespected her body, stepped on her pride, walked all over her heart, and cheated right in front of her eyes. He didn't have to do her so dirty. He did not have to hurt her wolf so bad. He could have done it in a different place, not here, not anywhere where she could see, where she could hear. He was just plain cruel, a bastard disguised as a sex god. She didn't even know why she had a crush on him. They'd never spoken. She could only view his beauty from afar. She had no reason to like him, but maybe it was just on instincts. He was her mate. Even though she was unaware of that a couple nights ago, her wolf was probably well aware. Now, though, she'd try to get rid of the love that existed in her heart. For what was the use of loving someone who would never love her back? Unrequited love never ended without a broken heart. And in this case, the one that would be broken was yours. Celeste stayed in her room until Celia's scent became faint. She was as hungry as a beggar on the street, but she'd rather starve than eat what Celia had prepared. So she waited until her twin sister left, and now as she tiptoed down the hall, she could only wish that Zillan had left too. But alas, he was somewhere downstairs, she knew. His scent was prominent enough to have the mate bond twisting like wires in her tummy. As always, her first instinct was to go to him, but she ignored it, and instead walked down the wooden stairs, lodging herself in the kitchen. She searched the cabinets, looking for something easy to cook. What she found were instant noodles, and she didn't hesitate to tug one out and place it on the marble counter. She put some water to boil, and as soon as it did, she threw the noodle inside and leant against the wall, waiting for it to cook. Instant noodles, huh? After refusing the food your kind-hearted sister offered you, you're in here cooking noodles? Celeste jumped at the voice, too distracted to have heard him coming. I didn't want any. I prefer noodles anyway. Well, I hope you live on them for the rest of the time you're here. Don't touch my food. Don't touch my F***C King meat in the fridge. Don't touch anything. You were selfish and inconsiderate when it came to your sister. I'll be the same to you. Selfish and inconsiderate? How is refusing a plate of food selfish and inconsiderate? How do you think she feels about you being my mate instead of her? Last night she cried when she walked in on you blatantly trying to seduce me, and yet still she had the heart to still care about your well-being as her sister. Don't you care about her? The string around Celeste's heart tightened, her eyes watering. Did he really just say that? Did he really just mention last night? Was she not crying too? Did he not see that? Tears drained like a ruptured pipe down her cheeks as she pointed at him. You're calling me inconsiderate. I'm selfish. What about you? What about her? I'm your mate, mistake or not. You marked me, and yet last night when I was buried in anguish, you were making love to her. Did any of you care about me then? When I was suffering, hurting? I'm sure you didn't. That's why I hate you, both of you. Celeste wiped her cheeks and marched over to the stove, turning it off. She grabbed the pot holder, clumsily situating it over her hand to take up the pot. You don't have to worry about me seducing you anymore. I won't, not for the rest of time that I'm here. And with that, she walked past him, heading straight up the stairs. She might be weak, she might be vulnerable, but she would not let him walk over her to this extent. How could he? After he cheated on her, he was now blaming her of being inconsiderate. What a cruel alpha. Celeste turned down the hall, holding the pot firmly as she opened the door. It burnt, but the pain was nothing compared to the one lingering in her heart. She hated her life. She hated how pitiful she was. All along, she thought a mate was what she wanted to be happy. The elders had engraved it in her head that that was what mates were for. They were your one true love, your partner for life, someone who loved you to moon and back, someone who'd care for you even more than they cared for themselves. Did they lie? They must have, because Zillan cared about nothing but himself and Celia. Placing the pot down on her bedside table, Celeste flopped down on her bed with a sigh. She hated the thought of giving up, but she had no other choice. Celia could have him. He was hers anyways. The moon goddess had been wrong. She really did make a mistake when she bonded Zillan with her. Plucking the pot open, Celeste watched calmly as the steam flowed out, blurring on its way up. It must have been suffocating when it was locked up, but now that it was free, it didn't hesitate to take on a new path. Celeste was buried in its previous position now. She was suffocating, dying inside, waiting patiently for the moon goddess to grant her freedom. After Celeste finished eating, she found herself once again tiptoeing downstairs to wash the pot she had eaten out of and the spoon she had eaten with. The kitchen looked nothing like it did yesterday. It wasn't spotless, it wasn't clean. Celeste didn't notice it before, but the sink was filled with dirty dishes, the ones Celia had undoubtedly used. 2 pots were there too, along with spoons and cup. One by one, Celeste took everything out, placing them on the counter and situating the pot she used in. She wouldn't wash them. She wasn't the one who used them after all. She washed her pot, washed her spoon, and sauntered her way back to her room. Zilon would be sorry he did her dirty one day. Celia couldn't cook. She couldn't wash, couldn't clean. She sat on a high horse back at home, and only Celeste would slave away. She'd wash her clothes and Celia's too, and she cooked for the whole family since they blatantly thought that she should. One day, in the long run, he'll realize that his choice was wrong, that he shouldn't have cheated, that he should have chosen her. And that day, she'll already be drifting away like the steam when it escapes the confines of the pot. A new day, a new Celeste. Last night before bed, she had concluded that she'd hate Zilon for the rest of her life. She wouldn't forgive him ever, not only because he cheated on her, but because he cheated on her while she was in heat. She had begged him, she remembered. She had cried to him as well, and he had made it his point to ignore her. It had been her very first time experiencing such a torturous thing. It was painful, mind-numbing, and she wouldn't in her entire life want to relive it again. But perhaps it wouldn't have hurt so much if Zilon had done his part. If he hadn't marked her, such pain would have never been bestowed upon her in the first place, and despite that, he had the audacity to treat her unfairly. She hated him. She hated him so goddamn much, and that's why she got up this morning and made noodle for only herself. He had told her not to touch his food, and she wouldn't, so it's either he ate it raw, ask Celia to come cook for him, or starve. Huffing, she slurped up some noodle into her mouth from the bowl in her hand, glaring at the walls. Zilon's scent was riding high on her conscience. He was up and awake. She could hear as the wooden steps creaked under his feet. Perhaps he was hungry now. He had eaten since Celia left. And though that fact shouldn't have shaken Celeste, it did. She should have washed the dishes. She should have cooked him food. No matter what, he was her mate. It was her job to take care of him, even if he cheated. Putting down the bowl of noodle, Celeste walked out of her room and down the same stairs Zilon hadn't long ago walked down. She headed in the direction his scent was most prominent, ending up at the kitchen doorway. Her eyes scanned the room, finding Zilon in the very center of it. His eyes were pointed directly at her, but not only them, his beautiful pink nipples too. The man had on no shirt. His abs were on full display, and his navel, his pecs. And boy, was he perfect. Celeste was practically filling her eyes with the sight of him. Perhaps it was the mat bond, but the need to draw closer to him was more than just prominent, and apart from the butterflies in her head, there was this uncontrollable heat in the pit of her stomach. She was aroused. It didn't take a fool to know, but the desire within her, would he ever fulfill it? The answer to that question was blatant to Celeste. He would never, which was why she hurriedly looked away, not wanting to torture her own self. Good morning. What do you want? Nothing, Well, in that case, go back to your room. It's too early for you to spoil my mood. But go back to your room, Celeste. Celeste swallowed her words and her tears too, acceding to his order. Why was she so stupid? She was incapable of completely hating him, even after all he had done to her. She had promised herself that she wouldn't care about him anymore. She had promised not to cook him food or cater for his health, and yet she had stupidly came down here to do the opposite. It's good that he had turned her away. It's good that he had been harsh. At least now she'd learned to hate him even faster. Picking up the bowl of soggy noodles from her bedside table, she continued to eat, but even when she tried not to, her thoughts kept straying towards his well-being. Celeste couldn't take it anymore. The room was suffocating, and her thoughts even more. She wasn't sure if it was the noodles or the bright sun that bathed the earth outside, but she felt hot and bothered. Should she go for a run, or do just what she was dying to? Sighing, she rose out of bed, catching her blonde hair into a messy bundle and fastening it with the elastic band that had been on her wrist. She walked out of her room and down the stairs to the kitchen. It seems her conscience wouldn't stop bothering her unless she did what it kept telling her to, so might as well, she just conceded. She washed the dishes, the pots, and the spoons, then did just what Zilon told her not, touch his food. She took out chicken from the fridge, then went into the cupboard for a pack of spaghetti, deciding to cook something easy and tasty. Chicken Alfredo. In no time, the task was complete and 2 plates, one belonging to Zilon and the other to her, laid on the dinner table. Celeste smiled, pleased with herself as she sauntered up the stairs, lodging at his room door. She had been planning to bring him a tray, but not after what he did last time. Slowly and a little nervously, she reached out to knock, but stopped herself when she heard his approaching footsteps. The door was pulled open, and in the doorway, he mightily stood. You again? What the *CK do you want now? The irritation on his face was clear, yet still Celeste smiled at him, feeling nothing but butterflies in her stomach. He was wearing a shirt now, but his beauty was still unparalleled. I cooked you dinner. I noticed you hadn't eaten since this morning. Did I ask you to cook? Moreover, did I tell you I was hungry? Celeste's smile slowly disappeared. No, but I thought... Zilon smelled the air, then looked down at her with eyes that only reflected anger. Did you touch my chicken, Celeste? I... He pushed past her, heading down the stairs. Celeste followed him, ending up at the table where she had laid plates of food. Disobedience is like betrayal in an alpha's eyes. Didn't I tell you not to touch anything except for the noodles? Celeste nodded dumbly. Then why the *CK did you brazenly touch my milk, my cheese, my spaghetti, and my *King chicken? Because I... disobedient, disrespectful, ill-mannered, barefaced. You're all the things you shouldn't be. I should punish you, lock you up in your room until you apologize, until you learn to comply. But unfortunately, what I said really was unreasonable. He took a seat around the table, gesturing to himself. If I forbade you from touching all the food, what would I eat? He drew the 2 plates in front of him, then smiled darkly up at her. Go now. I'm sure you haven't eaten either. There's still ramen noodles in the cupboard, right? Go make some for yourself. Celeste's heart sunk at his words. Why was he being so harsh? She disobeyed him, yes, but she disobeyed him for his own good. If she hadn't cooked, then would he have had anything to eat? Huffing pitifully at herself, she turned to face away from him. I know you don't like me. It's obvious. But do you have to treat me this bad? I told you, didn't I? You were selfish and inconsiderate to your sister, so I'll just have to be the same to you. Her sister again. Everything revolved around her. Celeste could bet on her life that if Celia had been the one to disobey him, a plate of food would still be secured for her. Life. Oh, how unfair it was. Blinking away the tears that threatened to fall, Celeste marched her way back into the kitchen, her head hanged low. She felt tired, drained, both mentally and physically. Her body was still hot and now sweating. Her heart was aching, and it was all because of him. This time she meant it. She hated him, and she wouldn't stop hating him until she died. Plucking a pack of ramen noodle from the cupboard, she made herself another bowl of plain soup, and with it in hand, she walked her way back out to the table where Zilon sat, taking a seat. She took up her spoon, pouting down at her food. She didn't want it, but with no other choice, it was what she had to eat. Her fingers hesitated, but eventually, a spoonful of soup ended up in the confines of her mouth. She swallowed, eyes zooming in on Zilon, who was still eating. He still had the two plates in front of him, one untouched and the other half filled. Was that how slow he ate? Celeste filled her spoon with soup again, bringing it to her lips. Was the food she cooked not edible? Did she add too much milk, too little, too much cheese, too little? Were the noodles soggy, over, or undercooked? Was the seasoning, the salt? Celeste's thoughts scattered when Zilon shoved the plate he had yet to touch closer to her. Here, at least you're capable of being obedient. And then he eased out of his seat, taking his plate along with him as he walked away. Celeste looked down at the plate, then at his retreating form. Was he just now nice to her? Did he just? Celeste's bottom lip dropped, her heart flipping twice in her chest. The hate she had just now pronounced on his name was completely lifted, and all that was left was the love she had previously felt. It seemed Zilon wasn't as bad as he looked. When he took both plates of food, he really did look like a cruel alpha, but when he returned it, he had grown two white wings in Celeste's eyes. An angel, that's what he was. He had an halo over his head and one over her heart. She wanted to touch him, hug him maybe, but as soon as she reached out, he disappeared up the stairs. She wished he was hers, completely and irrevocably. But she'd give him time. She had to put herself in his shoes. She had to see things from his perspective. She had to understand. Celia and him had been dating for 3 years. Both of them must have thought they were destined, and then she swooped down out of nowhere like a nightingale and gobbled him up like a worm. He must have felt angry. He was in love with one twin, but got mated to the other. He probably needs time to adjust, to get used to the fact that Celia wasn't the chosen one for him. Maybe then he'll finally look at Celeste. Pushing the bowl of noodle away, Celeste reached for the plate. She'll give him time. She wouldn't force him to love her. In due time, and he will. She was his mate after all. When Celeste finished eating, she showered, brushed her teeth, then hauled on her pajama for bed. But what bothered her was the fact that she had showered with cold water and yet her body still felt hot. On her forehead were tiny beads of sweat, and in the pit of her stomach was a distinct ache. The feeling felt familiar. It felt like heat without the crave for sex, the crave for her mate, but then again it could be a fever too. Sighing, she laid back against her bed, hoping to God that it was just a fever. She'd prefer a headache over heat any day. It was more painful, more torturous. She despised the feeling intensely too. Grabbing the sheets, she covered herself, hoping that sleep would take her soon. It did, but deep in her slumber, what she thought was a fever escalated into the same heat she had 2 days back. It was stronger, more potent, more prominent. It made sleeping a torture. But what about when she woke up? Will she be able to withstand the pain, the constant arousal, the crave for Zilon? Will she be able to think straight, to really not force herself on her mate? Will she be able to stay away? Celeste hollered out, her eyes running hot and boiling tears. Her body, naked, completely bare to the world, felt heavy. Her mind, too. And it was all because of the heat she was presently in. It felt even worse than the first time, and just like then, Zilon had left before she even woke up. Today was a Friday. the day that all packmen went out to hunt. Those who were unmated for themselves and those mated for them and their mates. But instead of bringing her back meat, Celeste hoped that he'd bring back a sense of understanding, of sympathy. She was in pain. His mate was in pain. All it took to help her was his touch. Would he be selfish like last time? Would he let her suffer? Celeste was certain he would, and she feared that more than anything else. For how would she get rid of this heat if he didn't touch her? It didn't work when she touched herself, and moreover, she hated doing it. It made her feel vulnerable, weak, and shameless. This heat made her do things she had never done before, and it also made her beg for things that she'd never ask for when she's in the right state of mind. Things like sex, any form of intimacy. It made her want it so bad that the fact that she couldn't have it was painful, but it only made her want it from one person, Zilon. And he wasn't even here. Twisting in agony on the bed, Celeste folded her legs tightly over each other, trying to suppress herself. Her fingers tore into the sheets, her lips between her teeth. This was hard to endure, but Zilon will come. He'll soon be here. The hunt didn't take more than an hour. All she had to do was wait. Zilon's hunt didn't take an hour. It took 2, but regardless of that, it was a joy to Celeste's heart when the front door was pushed open and his scent flooded in. She didn't care that it was mixed with the faint scent of Celia. She only cared that he was here, that he came back to her. Weakly pushing herself off the bed, she staggered out of her room, only able to make it to the top of the staircase. With blurry eyes, she stared down at the last step, hoping to God that if she at least tried, she'd make it down there. Her legs were weak. It felt as though the heat was wrapped tightly around her knees, trying with all its might to stop her from moving. Yet still, she took a step down, barely stopping herself from plummeting over. She felt utterly useless, utterly drained. She felt utterly Celeste. Celeste's eyes jerked up, meeting that of Zilon's. "What are you doing?" He cut himself off, taking a second to sniff the air. "Are you in heat again?" Celeste swallowed her pride, nodding pitifully at him. Please, Zilon. It hurts." Zilon's eyes shifted from obsidian to orange, then back to obsidian again. He shook his head, seeming to be in an internal battle with himself. "Not now. Not today." He took a hesitant step back, clenching his fist by his side. "Go to your room, Celeste." Celeste shook her head, his scent, his presence, everything about him driving her crazy. "Please, I just want you. Go to your king room." His voice was coarse, his words spoken in a tone that not even she could disobey. With a sob, she staggered back, her legs wobbling, bringing her straight to her knees. I can't, please." "Celeste," Zilon warned. It hurts. Just hug me, just touch me. Please, I just want you." Zilon gritted his teeth, his steps threatening as he walked up the stairs, stopping in front of her. He grabbed her arm, hauling her back down the hall. "I never asked what you wanted. I sent you to your king room." He pushed her door open, hauling her through it. "Can you walk?" Celeste shook her head, tears floating like a river down her cheeks. "Weak. It hurts. Your grip too. It's tight." Zilon let her loose immediately, his hand dropping to rest by his side. "The elders asked about you today. I don't know how, but they knew about your heat. They asked if it started, and they said that if it had, then it wouldn't stop. Not until we mate." He looked away, eyes fixating on the walls. "They said you'll suffer. More so you're an omega. The heat won't stop until it eats your consciousness away. You'll go mad." Celeste's eyes widened, the organ in her chest palpitating as fast as lightning. The words wouldn't come, or was it that she had nothing to say? She was going to go mad. She was going to lose her consciousness, all because she was unwanted. Fresh tears breached the lid of her eyes, dripping down her cheeks. Would Zilon let that happen? Well, of course he would. If he got rid of her, he could just go on ahead and mate Celia. Wasn't that what he wanted? Her out of the picture, gone, completely. Does it feel any better when I touch you? Celeste looked up at him, dumbly nodding. If so, then come here. She was hesitant, but crept like a soldier would for his life over to Zilon's feet. He stooped down to her level, settling one hand beneath her knees and the other supporting her back as he lifted her. He walked over to the bed, placing her down on the soft mattress. His eyes ran over her naked form as he unbuttoned his shirt. I'll try my very best to make you feel better. He walked over to the bed, placing her down on the soft mattress. His eyes ran over her naked form as he unbuttoned his shirt. I'll try my very best to make you feel better. Celeste's legs trembled at his words, her eyes glistening with the lust that came along with her heat. Was he going to? The shirt fell to the floor, and despite trying to, Celeste couldn't hold back the moan of desperation that climbed up her throat. He was hot, his pecs, his abs, and even the dark look in his eyes. His hands latched onto the sides of his shorts, pulling them down his muscular thighs. Celeste was dumbfounded, lost in his beauty. He hadn't even touched her yet, and her poor legs were shaking. The heat, it was rising, undoubtedly yet involuntarily making her crave him more. With hands that could barely move, she reached out for him. Alpha play, please. Zilon tilted his head, now standing before her in nothing but his underwear. The elders said you'd be desperate too. Was that why you cried 2 nights ago? Was it that you wanted me to touch you? Celeste nodded enthusiastically. I was dying for you to touch me. Then for the sake of the heat and only the heat, I shall touch you. He climbed onto the bed, settling beside her. His arm, thick and warm, hesitantly locked around her waist, pulling her against his chest. Is this enough? It should be. I mean, I'm almost naked after all, and I am touching you. Celeste looked up at him with eyes of surprise, all her hope gone down the drain. Was this what he meant by touch? Was this really what he meant? All along she thought his touch meant to mate, but then again it was Zilon that they were talking about. Would he really mate her? A sigh escaped her lips as she thought about it. He wouldn't, she knew. But the fact that his arms were around her made her feel warm, feel safe. Sure, she wanted more than just his embrace, but this was okay. It seems that Zilon really thought mere physical contact could subdue the heat. It couldn't, but Celeste couldn't bear to tell him. He was trying to help her. Zilon, her love, her mate, was trying his best to prevent the loss of her consciousness. She wouldn't push him. This was enough, even if she was still suffering. Do you feel better now? Celeste nodded, squeezing her legs tighter together when the slick she kept producing soaked her thighs. Yes, you're warm. It's nice. Please bear in mind that this is only to stop your heat. This means nothing. Celeste's heartbeat buffered, her eyes drifting down to peer at his thick, muscular chest. I know. And while she voiced those words, tears graced her eyes. She knew, but she didn't care. She could pretend it meant something, pretend that he cared. Wrapping her arms around him, she pushed even closer to his chest, using it to wipe away the tears under her eyes. She could feel the fire in the pit of her stomach and feel the painful crave between her legs. She wanted more from him. He wasn't touching what she really wanted him to, but how would... Are you crying? Celeste shook her head immediately. No, I'm not. Then what's that smell? He pushed away from her, distancing himself enough to get a look at her face. Celeste kept her eyes down as he assessed her, not wanting to face him after lying. But you are crying. Is it the heat? Am I not close enough? Celeste shook her head again. No, that's not I. Do not lie. I smell your tears, your slick, even your agony, that I was trying so bad to ignore is prominent to my eyes and nose. I feel every move of discomfort you make. Is physical contact not enough? Tell the truth, is the heat still torturous? Celeste contemplated it hard before nodding. It's not enough. It's worst. Worst? I want you more now. The closeness of your body keeps coaxing the heat to grow. It's making this harder. Then how? Celeste cleared her throat, finally finding the courage to look him in the eyes. By mating me. It seems, as the elders said, that's the only way. Zillan pushed further away from her, almost falling off the bed. I will not. He pushed her arm from around him, shuffling straight off the bed. I knew this would happen. You've tried already, but your seduction will not work. He attempted to walk away, but a whimper from Celeste stopped him. Please, Zillan. Tears glistened in her bright blue eyes, her fingers latching tightly to the sheets. She whimpered again, squeezing her legs together. Zillan looked away, swallowing what saliva had lodged at his throat. The way her lips sat seductively between her teeth was tempting. Her beauty, the perfection of her body, and her scent that mercilessly engulfed him. Everything called out to him. But he couldn't give in. He already had Celia. She was here first. She owned his heart. All the time before now, it was her. She had cooked him food, showed him love, and been there for him when he had problems. She was like a safe haven to him. And though Celeste was his mate, he couldn't just leave Celia in favor of her. It wasn't right. It could never be. But would this count as betraying Celia? Celeste was in pain. It was obvious that she was suffering. She stooped as low as to beg. And if she ended up mad, would he still have the right to call himself Alpha? Gritting his teeth, he turned back to face her. All right, I'll mate you. But this will mean nothing. Tomorrow you'll wake up and pretend as though it didn't even happen. Celeste nodded, groaning breathlessly. I'll do anything you want me to. She stretched out her arm, reaching for him. Just please, touch me. Zillan stepped back over to the bed, sitting at the very edge of it. He was feeling a little uncomfortable, as if he was about to do something wrong. But somehow, something inside of him told him that it was the right thing to do. Perhaps it was the beast inside of him, or the mate bond, that was strong enough to almost control him. He wasn't sure what it was, but it egged him on. It made lust travel from the depths of his mind to the tip of his C***. Have you ever done this before? He asked, words coming out in a coarse yet subdued tone. Celeste shook her head, writhing against the bed. My first kiss, my virginity, everything was saved for you. Nobody but my parents and you have ever seen me naked. I'm all yours. A growl seeped through Zillan's lips, his eyes flashing to orange for a second before turning back to black. Unclench your legs. Celeste was hesitant, but she obeyed, her legs slipping wide open, revealing her most private possession. It was as wet as the ocean, her little pink bud shining like a star, even beneath the bright artificial light. Zillan couldn't hold back, he growled possessively as he settled between her legs. F***Siki. He breathed out. His hand ran along the prominent curve of her breast, squeezing the succulent flesh beneath his palm. Are you sure you want this? It'll mean nothing tomorrow. I'll treat you just the same. Celeste's eyes flickered away as she nodded, feeling the slight pain of dejection. I want you. You're my mate. But I'm not yours, I'm Celia's. Regardless of that, Celeste started, blinking the glossiness from her eyes. I am yours. Zilon assessed her properly, wondering if she was being serious. After all he'd done and all he'd said, she had the heart to declare that. She was a sweetheart, just not his sweetheart. Loosening his hand around her breast, he ran it along her stomach until it resided between the wettest part of her legs. Celeste moaned against his ear, shuffling desperately beneath him as he circled her clit with a finger. He continued to toy with her until her legs quivered like the sound of her wanton moans. Zilon. She kept moaning, tempting him to take her, to lose control. His C*CK was as hard as a rock, and desperation ran from his balls to the very tip of it. He wanted to take her. His instinct was urging him to, but she was a virgin, inexperienced, vulnerable, and innocent. He had to take his time. He might not have wanted to be her mate, but tonight, the least he could do while taking away something so precious to her was act like one. Leaning down, his lips traced her soft, silky skin, savoring the taste of it. Like mint tea it tasted, sweet, calming, more prominent than the taste of Celia's. Even her scent was stronger, and every time he looked at her, she seemed to get even prettier. He wondered why he hadn't seen her before. Well, he had, but he paid her no mind since she was always in the shadows. Now she had stepped out of it, and yet he still refused to see her. Sighing, his lips skimmed over her neck, making its way down to her stiff pink nipple. His tongue gave it a swipe, drawing a whimper from Celeste's lips. Zilon, please. Zilon looked up at her, staring straight into her beads of desperation. What exactly do you want? I don't know. I do, though. He redirected his hand, bringing it exactly where he knew she wanted it. Warmth, the soaking wet, that's all he felt beneath his fingers, and he could feel just how tight she was when he finally decided forced one digit in. Celeste moaned out, fingers gripping onto the bed sheets. She felt as though she was locked behind the walls of heaven. His touch seemed to have magic beneath it. Everything he did made slick leak like a fountain out of her. She wondered if he could feel it, how wet she was for him, how deep in lust she had dug for him, how... A breathless moan slipped from her mouth when he rotated his finger, then forcibly slid another inside. It wasn't painful, or better yet, the pain wasn't unbearable, but it was new, a feeling that she wasn't at all used to. Zilon. She pulled the sheets tighter, feeling nothing but ecstasy when he again took her nipple into his mouth. He sucked at the stiff flesh until the bud became flaccid in his mouth. Only then did he pull away, dark eyes finding hers. How do you feel now? Better? Celeste nodded despite the fact that she could still feel it, the heat, the crave that resided in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't as prominent as it was before, but it was there. Then do you still want to do this? Are you ready? Celeste nodded again, loosening her grip on the sheet to wrap her arms around him. I am. Slowly, Zilon slid his fingers out, eyes fixated at her as he tugged the real beast out of his underwear. All right then. He situated it at the mouth of what he knew would be heaven, then leaned down, taking her lips between his in a kiss. Celeste was a bit surprised by his action, her lips stiff as his moved diligently against her. She wasn't sure what to do, how to do it. She was just lost until he pulled back, giving her an annoyed look. Kiss back, Celeste. Open your mouth. I... He didn't let her finish. His lips descended upon hers once more, moving faster than they were before. Celeste hugged him tighter, pushing away her diffidence as she tried to kiss him back. Never in her life had she thought that she'd one day have her crush between her legs making love to her. Never did she think his lips would ever touch hers. But look at her now, barely able to think as his lips dumbed her, sucking every single life out of hers. It was all a bliss, a never-ending bliss until the thing that poked her entrance, started to enter. The bliss ended right there. Celeste screamed out, and instead of pulling him closer, she started to push him away. It felt as though she was being split right open. The pain was immense, seemingly unbearable, and she wanted it gone. But no matter how hard she pushed, Zilon didn't move. He kept putting it in, deeper, hurting her with every inch he inserted. Stop pushing, calm down, just breathe. It'll hurt more if you keep moving around. Tears blessed Celeste's eyes as she weakly pushed against his chest. Stop, please. Zilon sighed, ceasing his movements. Celeste, he warned, certainly annoyed. Celeste turned away from him, wiping at her tears. It hurts. I know, but you have to calm down. It'll feel good soon. But Zilon shook his head. Just trust me, at least this once. Celeste sniffled, peeking over at him. All right. Slowly, Zilon restarted the process of burying himself inside of her, teeth gritting to hold back a groan of pleasure. She was as tight as an angry fist, her walls almost stifling his shaft. The pleasure was unreal, and her whimpers of pain almost unheard. With another push, he was sheathed inside, a breath of agony leaving his lips when she clenched even tighter around him. Why was the moon goddess doing this to him? Was this a punishment, a curse, or a *king blessing? Retracting his hips slowly, cautiously, as to not hurt her as much as he already had, he thrust back inside, feeling higher than Cloud9, higher than he's ever been. There was this unfamiliar feeling running through his veins, a sense of security, one of belongingness. It wasn't just the mat bond, he knew. This feeling seemed different. It made him feel like he had finally found the missing piece to his puzzle. It kept telling him that she belonged right where she was. Beneath him, claimed, cocked the life out of. It kept telling him she was his, that he was hers, that they belonged. He had sect Celia more times than he could count, and he had never felt like this. Maybe Celeste really was his true mate. Maybe they really did belong. Slowly stroking her again, he leaned down, placing a kiss on her forehead. Just calm down, kitten. No more crying. He extended a hand, using it to wipe the tears that laid on her cheeks. Seeing them there didn't set right with him. She was supposed to be writhing in pleasure, not crying in pain. Do you not trust me? Celeste nodded, holding on to him for dear life. I do. Then spread your legs wider. Hold on to me even tighter. Get comfortable, kitten, because I'll make you feel what you never dreamt of feeling. Celeste did as told, beady eyes watching as he buried his head in the crook of her neck. He inhaled her scent, then flicked his tongue out to taste the sweat she knew resided on her neck. His thrusts were still painful. Every single one of them felt like needles lodging, then dislodging from her walls. But for him, she'd bear it. He asked for her trust, and she'd give it to him. Whimpering, Celeste spread her trembling legs even wider, wanting to give him more access while his lips, plump and moist, played with her skin. They left open-mouthed kisses down her neck on their way to her chest, kisses that felt like electricity against her skin. A moan left her lips when his tongue ran over her nipple, and an even louder one slipped through when he took it into his mouth. He sucked at the stiff bud, driving her straight off the edge. Celeste wasn't sure how, but she felt kind of good, especially when he thrust deeper. The pain was sweet now, and that was something she couldn't understand. But she'd be damned if she wanted to. Throwing her head back, she cried out, legs quivering with a greater force. Zilon. Zilon answered, thrusting deeper, deeper still. Do that again, please. Zilon tilted his head in confusion, but acquiesced nonetheless. He retracted his hips and rotated them on his way back inside, hammering into something that took Celeste way past Cloud. Did I find the spot? Celeste wasn't sure what he was talking about, but if it had something to do with what he just touched, then yes. Zillan nodded, pride swelling in his chest as he proceeded to hit that same spot over and over again. He wanted to please his mate, his possession. In this very moment, he wanted to make her happy, to make her feel nothing but pleasure. Every inch of her skin was his to touch. He owned her, for she was gifted to him by the moon goddess herself. She was his, now and forevermore. Quickening his thrust, he growled, sinking even deeper into her. For some reason, his instincts as a wolf was what was leading him now. He could feel as his teeth retracted, and he knew just where they wanted to latch onto. In the crook of her neck, Zillan once again laid his head, sniffing for the mark he had left on her. She was his. Nothing was wrong with claiming her again. As soon as he found it, he bit into it, savoring the taste of her blood and the loud, booming sound of her surprised scream. Her trembling legs curled around him and her fingernails clawed his back as she came. He could smell the scent of it, so good that it induced his own. Semen poured out of the tip of his C***CK, her name falling from his lips as he came right inside of her, filling her up to the brim. He wanted her full of him, so that 9 months from now, she could be the bearer of his pups. Zillan woke up in a room that did not belong to him, but it didn't take him long to realize where he was. He was laying on Celeste's bed, covered in her sheets, dying happily in her scent. Last night was a blast that he'd never forget. The fresh smell of her desperation, her sweat, and even her slick. He had never experienced such a pleasurable night in his life. Everything was in place, every move, every moan she made pleased him greatly. He could still remember how tight she locked around him, how warm, how heavenly she had felt. Goddess, she was everything he needed. She had hugged him so tight, pulled him so close, clawed his back and cried out his name so many times. It was maddening in a way he couldn't explain. A good way, a way that was gratifying. Breathing in, his arm that was already locked around her pulled her even closer, enjoying the warmth that radiated from her flawless skin. Her breaths were even, her body calm. She must be in a rather deep slumber because last night she was anything but calm. She had tugged the sheets, writhed against them, bit her lips, flung her head back, and he wouldn't have been surprised if she had curled her toes until they broke. Honestly, last night was the best night of his life. He had forgotten all about the fact that he wasn't completely hers. He had forgotten all about Celia. Zillan jumped up into a sitting position on the bed, his own thoughts frightening him. How could he have forgotten about Celia? How could he have? Flinging the sheets aside, he shuffled off of the bed, plucking his jeans pants from the floor. He was such a jerk. Not only did he cheat on Celia, but he had forgotten all about her. Last night, he had remarked Celeste and had even promised to swell her up with pups. What the F***CK was wrong with him? How could he have made Celeste seduce him? That's exactly what that B***teach wanted. She probably wasn't going to go mad anytime soon. She probably wasn't even in heat. Zillan shook his head, hauling on the pants. No, she was in heat. He could have smelled her agony. He couldn't blame everything on her. This was his fault as well. He shouldn't have bypassed her door. He shouldn't have gotten on her bed. He was the sole cause of his own downfall, not her. She didn't seduce him. He wanted her all along. From the moment she stepped on his lawn, her scent was appealing. It had drawn him in swiftly, tempting him, coaxing him. And when he had opened the door and was met by her perfectly flawless face, all he could do was stare until he came back to his senses. He had thought it was the mate bond. It probably was. But how could he deny his attraction to her now? Last night proved to him just how attracted to her he was. Last night, Last night, Zilon buttoned his pants, shaking his head again. He shouldn't think about last night. He shouldn't be swayed by just one night of bliss. He only cucked her to relieve her of the heat. It was nothing special. Walking over to the door, he reached out, twisting the knob and pulling it wide open. However, before he could step through it, Celeste stopped him. Zilon? Her voice was as low as a whisper, his name slipping off her lips as if it was a question. Zilon twirled on his heel to face her, expression as solid as wall. What? I'm? You don't seem to have anything to say, but I do. He leaned against the door jamb, glaring at her beautiful form on the bed. Last night, as I told you many times before, was nothing. Forget about it because it will never happen again. Celeste pulled the sheets closer to her chest, eyes watering as she touched the mark on her neck. But the mark means nothing either. I was just caught up in the moment. Anyways, yesterday, when I hunted, I brought home some deer meat. It's already stripped, already chopped, and is now residing in the fridge. When you decide to get up, you can cook that along with anything of your choice. And then he stepped back and out of her room, heading straight down the hall. Celeste sat up on the bed, groaning when she felt the little sore between her legs. Wolves were supposed to heal fast, but she was an Omega. She healed at almost the same speed as humans. But the pain reminded her of the one she endured last night. The sweet pain, the one that had her moaning as if she was on crack. It reminded her of how Zilon had traced her skin with his tongue, how he had thrust into her with nothing but passion. It reminded her of how he had bitten into her neck, how he had filled her up with his seeds. But now the pain in her chest only reminded her of the blatant fact that he wasn't hers. Shuffling out of bed, she wiped the stray tears from her eyes. Did he have to give her such a harsh reminder, though? She had just woken up, covered in his scent, lost in bliss, and his words just came forth and broke her heart. No matter what she did, it seemed she couldn't win against Celia. She was Zilon's real soulmate. It was her that was the fake, the mistake. Celeste brushed her teeth and took a quick shower before she ended up in the kitchen, seasoning the meat Zilon had brought back with him. She felt as hopeless as she did yesterday. She felt like she was without a chance. Her heat was gone, but the pain in her heart wasn't. What he said this morning was still playing around with her mind. The mark means nothing either. I was just caught up in the moment. He could have never just been caught up in the moment. The elders were rather detailed when they taught her about marks. A mark is like a confession, especially if it's done during sex. Instincts take over, the Matabon rises, and then the teeth bares. Without attraction, without a bond, that would never happen. Or perhaps while making love to her last night, he was thinking about Celia. How mortifying. It must have been a torture for him to look her in the eyes. It must have been so hard for him, but could you imagine how hard it was for her? She knew this would happen. He told her twice that it would mean nothing. When he asked for her consent, she should have turned away, should have told him no. But her mind tricked her, or rather her own strength did. She probably thought she'd be able to withstand the pain. She overestimated herself because now she realized she couldn't. Watching him look her in the eyes and tell her that last night meant nothing was heart-shattering, especially since it meant so much to her. Why had he done it with so much passion if he wanted her to forget? Why had he kissed her in such deep desperate if it all would sum up to nothing? Why would he do that? Why would he do that to her? How cruel, how heartless he was. His walls must be too high for her to climb, or probably the coldness that lingered around it made it too painful to even touch. Celeste was sorry she wasn't the right one for him. She was sorry to have even been born. What's the use of being alive if all your life you'd remain unwanted? Was this why the moon goddess created her? To withstand pain, Heartache? Me? You've been standing there for far too long now. If you're going to cook, F asterisk king cook already. Celeste's heart jumped as she whirled around to face the familiar intruder. I don't want to hear it. Not a single word from you. But I said I don't want to hear it. You can continue spacing out. I'm leaving. Probably won't come back until it's dark. What? Why? That sure as hell doesn't concern you. But it did concern her. He was her mate. He was... Are you going to see Celia? Zillan rolled his eyes, obviously annoyed. I told you, didn't I? What I do does not concern you. Even if I'm going to see Celia, what does that have to do with you? We're just living together under difficult circumstances. I have no feelings for you, and I hope you have none for me. Don't question my whereabouts as if there's something going on between us, because there's nothing. The truth that Celeste already knew shattered her heart as well as the dam behind her eyes. Tears flooded down her cheeks, and something heavy clamped around her heart, suffocating her. She took a deep breath, right hand grabbing onto the left side of her chest. I'm sorry. For what this time? For still hoping, or rather thinking that one day you'll choose me. She swiped her cheeks, getting rid of some of the salty water before staggering past him up the stairs. Instead of going to her room, she headed for the bathroom, and on the cold, tiled floor she sat, looking at the door she had locked. She hated herself. She was too weak, too emotional. She had cried in front of him more times than she could count. Perhaps that's why he failed to want her. She needed to be strong, even if she had to feign her strength. But how could someone who was born weak be strong? He was her mate. He was supposed to accept her however she is. Everybody had flaws. She shouldn't have to feign strength for him to want her. In the first place, his words should have never been harsh enough to make her cry. He was the one who made her weak. He was who made her like this. She had cried before, but she had never cried so much. Growing up with parents who barely gave her attention, she'd find a safe and lonely place to relieve herself of the pain that induced on her. She'd cry, but not once did she thought of taking her own life. She always relied on the fact that she'd find a mate, one who she was sure would want her. But now that she had found her mate and he didn't at all want her, the corrupted thought found its way to her head. But it had every single right to. What's the use of living if nobody wants you? Even the moon goddess who created her abandoned her. So why not just abandon herself? Why not just... Celeste raised up off the floor, eyes searching the bathroom for something sharp, anything. Celeste brushed her teeth and took a quick shower before she ended up in the kitchen, seasoning the meat Zillan had brought back with him. She felt as hopeless as she did yesterday. She felt like she was without a chance. Her heat was gone, but the pain in her heart wasn't. What he said this morning was still playing around with her mind. The mark means nothing either. I was just caught up in the moment. He could have never just been caught up in the moment. The elders were rather detailed when they taught her about marks. A mark is like a confession, especially if it's done during sex. Instincts take over. The Matabon rises and then the teeth bares. Without attraction, without a bond, that would never happen. Or perhaps, while making love to her last night, he was thinking about Celia. How mortifying. It must have been a torture for him to look her in the eyes. It must have been so hard for him, but could you imagine how hard it was for her? She knew this would happen. He told her twice that it would mean nothing. When he asked for her consent, she should have turned away, should have told him no. But her mind tricked her, or rather her own strength did. She probably thought she'd be able to withstand the pain. She overestimated herself because now she realized she couldn't. Watching him look her in the eyes and tell her that last night meant nothing was heart-shattering, especially since it meant so much to her. Why had he done it with so much passion if he wanted her to forget? Why had he kissed her in such deep desperate if it all would sum up to nothing? Why would he do that? Why would he do that to her? How cruel. How heartless he was. His walls must be too high for her to climb. Or probably the coldness that lingered around it made it too painful to even touch. Celeste was sorry she wasn't the right one for him. She was sorry to have even been born. What's the use of being alive if all your life you'd remain unwanted? Was this why the moon goddess created her? To withstand pain, heartache, miss? You've been standing there for far too long now. If you're going to cook, King cook already. Celeste's heart jumped as she whirled around to face the familiar intruder. I don't want to hear it. Not a single word from you. But I said I don't want to hear it. You can continue spacing out. I'm leaving. Probably won't come back until it's dark. Why? That sure as hell doesn't concern you. But it did concern her. He was her mate. Are you going to see Celia? Zillan rolled his eyes, obviously annoyed. I told you, didn't I? What I do does not concern you. Even if I'm going to see Celia, what does that have to do with you? We're just living together under difficult circumstances. I have no feelings for you, and I hope you have none for me. Don't question my whereabouts as if there's something going on between us, because there's nothing. The truth that Celeste already knew shattered her heart as well as the dam behind her eyes. Tears flooded down her cheeks and something heavy clamped around her heart, suffocating her. She took a deep breath, right hand grabbing onto the left side of her chest. I'm sorry. For what this time? For still hoping, or rather thinking, that one day you'll choose me. She swiped her cheeks, getting rid of some of the salty water before staggering past him up the stairs. Instead of going to her room, she headed for the bathroom, and on the cold, tiled floor she sat, looking at the door she had locked. She hated herself. She was too weak, too emotional. She had cried in front of him more times than she could count. Perhaps that's why he failed to want her. She needed to be strong, even if she had to feign her strength. But how could someone who was born weak be strong? He was her mate. He was supposed to accept her however she is. Everybody had flaws. She shouldn't have to feign strength for him to want her. In the first place, his words should have never been harsh enough to make her cry. He was the one who made her weak. He was who made her like this. She had cried before, but she had never cried so much. Growing up with parents who barely gave her attention, she'd find a safe and lonely place to relieve herself of the pain that induced on her. She'd cry, but not once did she thought of taking her own life. She always relied on the fact that she'd find a mate, one who she was sure would want her. But now that she had found her mate, and he didn't at all want her, the corrupted thought found its way to her head. But it had every single right to. What's the use of living if nobody wants you? Even the moon goddess who created her abandoned her. So why not just abandon herself? Why not just... Celeste raised up off the floor, eyes searching the bathroom for something sharp, anything. A razor. It laid delicately on the bathroom sink, smiling so brightly at her. She staggered her way over to it, but stopped in her tracks when she heard the front door close. He must have stepped out now. He must finally be gone, and when he returns, she'd be gone too. Zillan looked back at his house one more time before taking on the road. He didn't know why, but his guts, or rather his instinct, kept telling him to go back. Celeste had seemed different when she walked past him. There was no life in her eyes, and her face reflected nothing but pain. His heart honestly ached when he saw her like that, but what else could he do? Giving her hope would be even more painful. It would destroy her. Well, that's if she wasn't destroyed already. Sorrow clouded his vision when he thought of it. Since the very moment she stepped into the house, he was bad to her. He treated her as if she was nobody and then blamed it on the fact that she was weak. But it wasn't her who was weak, it was him. He was unable to sort out his feelings, unable to choose, unable to be honest with himself. That poor girl had done so much for him since she moved in. She wanted to see him happy, and yet all he did was make her sad. He regretted his actions, and the fact that he couldn't apologize made the regret strong enough to stifle him. He shouldn't have lied to her this morning. Last night meant something to him. It meant so much. He wasn't just caught up in the moment, he was caught up in her. Her desperate, beady eyes, and her pleads for more of what he was offering her. That's what caught him in her net. His teeth had extracted without him willing it to. Her beauty had caused that, her perfection. But never in his life would he be able to tell her. Perhaps he could tell her in the future when he finds the strength to let her go, or perhaps he could tell her when she finds herself a second chance. But did he want that? He honestly didn't. Celeste was his. The moon goddess had gifted her to him. Why would he give her to another? Why would he let her go? But then again, would he keep her by his side just to watch her suffer? Zilon was torn between choices. He wasn't sure what to do. He didn't want her to suffer, and he didn't want to set her free either. He was confused and tied up, both in Celeste and Celia. Sighing, he pocketed his hands. He'd go to his safe haven, that spot on the Packlands where he had first met Celia 10 years ago. He'd think back on everything. He'd make his choice. He'd choose Zilon, immediately stopped in his track when the mate bond slapped him as hard a brick. He swiftly turned to the house, only a couple feet away, smelling nothing but Celeste's blood. His heart wavered, and soon the forest, the earth, the outside became nothing to him as he raced back down the path he took. With his eyes as wide as saucers, feet as fast as lightning, mind stuck in deep panic, he made it back in no time. The scent of blood was stronger now, and he wasted no time to twist the knob, push the door open, and rush inside. He hurried up the stairs, chasing the scent until he stood in front of the bathroom. He knocked twice. "Celeste, are you all right?" When he got no response, he twisted the knob, promptly realizing that the damn door was locked. He knocked again, louder, harder. "What the *CK are you doing in there? Open the door." He heard nothing but a harsh breath of what he thought was agony, and that was enough motivation to have him shouldering the door until it was on the floor. His eyes searched the inside, finding something he never thought he would. Celeste was on the floor, unconscious. Blood flooded the area around her, coming directly from her wrist. With a palpitating heart, he rushed over, picking her up in his arms. He shook her. "Celeste! Celeste!" He was panicking, almost hyperventilating. The blood, the cut on her wrist, the razor on the floor. It was all too much to handle, and the fact that she seemed so lifeless in his arms made him even more worried. Was he the cause of this? Was he why she slit her own wrist? Was he? Zilon shook her again, something so warm, so goddamn foreign rolling down his cheeks. "Celeste! Key King, wake up already! Wake up! Wake up!" His voice gradually thinned as he spoke. At some point, it was nothing but a whisper, barely could be heard. "I'm sorry, I'm King, sorry, okay? Just wake up, just..." A cough came from the lips of what he thought was a corpse, and the little proof of life made him hang onto her tighter. CK Celeste, why did you do this? Why on earth would you hurt your own self? He stared down at her as her eyes opened up a bit. She smiled, a sad smile. It's not as painful as your rejection." Her words frightened him. They made it impossible for him to not feel responsible, impossible for him to speak. I, will you reject me now?" He shook his head, tears dripping down his chin. No. Then should I reject you?" Zilon didn't get to answer her question because her eyes slipped back shut right after she voiced those heart-wrenching words, making him slip right back into a panicking state. He shook her again, and when he got no response, he lifted her in his arms, not knowing what else to do but bring her to the pack doctor. At the very door of the doctor's office, he begged for her life, cried for him to save her. He was anything but a strong alpha, not when his mate was in danger, not when it was Celeste who was hurt, and not when it was all because of him. Her vein was cut during the incident. Since she's an Omega, it had put her life in jeopardy. 1 second later, and it would have been impossible to save her. Then do you mean she'll be okay? Is she awake? The doctor shook his head. Not yet, but perhaps after a good night's rest she'll be okay. Perhaps? What do you mean by perhaps? I mean, Zilon. Stop perplexing the doctor. He's obviously doing what he can. If Celeste really wanted to live, she wouldn't have done something like that. Celia wrapped an arm around his torso, resting her head against his chest. Why not pay more attention to me? Celia, this is not the time to play around. He pushed her away, redirecting his eyes to the doctor. What do you mean by perhaps? Her heartbeat is stabilized, but she's recovering slowly, if not today. Then perhaps in a week, she'll wake up. After losing so much blood, her body is weak. She needs time. Isn't she a wolf? Shouldn't she be able to heal faster than that? Yes, Omegas are weak, but they are able to heal almost as fast as other wolves. Celeste is different. She always had been. She's more like a human than a wolf. This cut that wouldn't be able to kill a wolf could have killed her. Zillan's heart moved painfully in his chest. He felt like a bastard, a heartless little fool who was unaware of his own cruelty. How could he have drove her to a point where she wanted to take her own life? How could he have been so wicked? He felt guilty. He felt, running a hand through his head of black hair, he sighed pitifully at himself. Can I please see her? The doctor looked at the door behind which Celeste resided, then back at him. I suppose so. Zillan nodded, gulping down the saliva that had settled densely in his mouth as he walked past the doctor and to the thick brown board. He reached for the knob, but before he could twist it, Celia gripped his hand. Zillan. Zillan turned to stare at her, giving her a questioning look. She let him loose, taking a step back. Never mind. Zillan didn't stop to ponder her actions. He pushed the door open, and as soon as he entered, he closed it, shutting the world out. His eyes drifted over to the bed, finding his mate laid almost lifeless on top of it. She looked pitiful. Under her eyes were almost black, her lips cracked and dry, but her scent was still the same. It pulled him in until he sat beside her bed, basking in the comfort it gave. The fact that her heart was still beating pleased him. It gave him hope that her eyes would open soon. He only wished that when they did, she didn't detest him. She should, but he didn't think he could live on if she hated him. He wasn't as strong as her. She might be at the bottom of the hierarchy, but her mental strength was much more greater than his. She had smiled through her pain. He could have seen it. Every time she held onto her chest, he could have felt her pain. He just couldn't stop himself from hurting her more. It was cruel, but in his defense, he thought that the pain was better than pretending he'd ever choose her. He couldn't. Celia was the person who made him into the man he was today. There was a time when he was going to give up. 10 years ago. He was 11 years old, training to become alpha. It was hard, considering the fact that he had a brother just a year younger than him who, too, coveted his position. Both of them were set to compete, and his brother would have won if Celia hadn't stepped in. He was sitting at the edge of the Packlands, in a cave that nobody seemed to know about. Yet that 9-year-old girl found him. She had told him that he shouldn't give up, that her life was far worse than his, and she wouldn't give up either. They both vowed to win their battles. He had won his, and it seems Celia had won hers too. After that, his brother left the pack to a place that nobody could find him. His pride as an alpha led him to become a rogue instead of an alpha that wouldn't be able to rule. Zillan missed him, but perhaps if Celia hadn't spoken to him that day, he'd have been the one to have run away. Sighing, he reached for Celeste's hand, holding it firm into his. But why, after all Celia has done for him, Celeste was the one who frequently visited his head? Why does every single time he sees her his heart begin to melt? And more importantly, why does he care about her well-being so much? He wanted to act confused, to pretend he didn't know why, but he couldn't. He knew what was happening, and he knew why it was happening too. He was falling straight into her trap, involuntarily helping her pull down his walls to make the path to his heart easier to find. But should he? It didn't take long for Celeste's parents to bombard Zillan's privacy. They all flooded in with Celia behind them, and a couple of pack members whose name Zillan didn't cater for. Is she all right? What did the doctor say? It was Celeste's mother who spoke first, worry seeming to be embroidered in her eyes. Zillan sighed, peeking over at Celeste, who was still unconscious. She doesn't look all right, does she? The doctor said she might wake up today. If not, then he'll give her weak. Oh, my poor daughter. Celeste's father threw an arm over the worried woman's shoulder, then rolled his eyes. I warned her before she left, didn't I? And now look, she drove herself under the pressure and couldn't withstand it. Celia would have never done such a thing. She has no reason to anyways. Stop it, Williams. I told you many times that your honesty will get you killed. If I were you, I'd shut my mouth and live a little longer. She brushed his hand off of her and walked over to the bed, gently swiping Celeste's hair out of her face. The pack is worried about their Luna, so I thought bringing along 4 would help to deflate their worry, but this will only make it worse. She looks so weak, something so far from what a Luna should be. When will she be introduced to the pack? When will the mating ritual be held? She looked up at Zillan, and this time, instead of worry, all he saw in her eyes was mystery, and on her lips a smirk as sly as a fox. But then again, is she the twin the pack will choose as their Luna? And would she be able to withstand the pressure? Zillan tilted his head, confusion clouding his thoughts. He wasn't sure if she was pitying Celeste or bullying her. It couldn't be the latter. She was her mother, and even if she was bullying her, what would he say about it? He couldn't punish her for deeming her own daughter weak, and she wasn't just Celeste's mother, she was Celia's mother too. Combing his hand through his hair, he chuckled uncomfortably. Those questions should be reserved for Celeste when she wakes up. It's up to her how much pressure she can withstand, and as for the mating ritual and her introduction to the pack, that's up to her as well. Whenever she's comfortable enough to go through with it. Celeste's mother chuckled as well, stepping away from the bed. Right? She twirled on her feet and trudged back over to her mate. Are you ready, honey? I guess, Celia. Are you staying? Perhaps you want to deem your twin good luck. Celia nodded, stepping out from behind them. I'll be out soon. Just give me a minute. Both parents nodded as they left the room, taking with them the 4 pack member they had brought. Celia approached Zillan as soon as they left, situating herself on his lap. She laid her head against his neck, inhaling his scent. Did you mean what you said? You couldn't have. You said you were mine. You say... Celia, do you not realize what happened? She tried to kill herself. Then does that change the fact that you're mine? Zillan shook his head, his heart moving almost painfully in his chest as he voiced these words. No, I'll always be yours, kitten. Nothing can change that. Now go back to your parents. I'll stay here a bit longer. Celia nodded, hugging him once before getting up. Bye. And with that, she left. Zillan sighed as soon as she left, laying his head against the hospital bed. He was stressed out. He wasn't sure what to do, and more importantly, who to choose. He knew he had to lose one, but if it was up to him, He'd keep them both. Lacing his hand with Celeste's unmoving one, he closed his eyes. He hoped the moon goddess would choose the right one for him. Zilon slurred awake, finding himself in the same hospital room where Celeste was. It was obviously nighttime. The dull lights were on, illuminating the darkness that crept like air into the room. The door just as he left it was closed, but when he raised his head, he realized that Celeste wasn't in the same position he left her. She sat at the very edge of the bed, her eyes buried in dark circles as she stared at him. Zilon raised his head higher, rubbing his eyes in aid of escaping his dream and grabbing onto reality. However, nothing changed. Her eyes were still open, and instead of laying almost lifeless on the bed, she was sitting. A ball of relief circled his heart, a small smile spreading across his lips. "You're awake? Are you feeling okay?" Celeste shuffled further away from him on the bed, her eyes averting to her lap and not a single word escaping her chapped lips. "What? Is it that your throat is dry?" He grabbed for the bottle of water on the bedside table, offering it to her. "Do you want some water?" Celeste shook her head, slowly. "No, I want a rejection." Her voice was low, just as dry as her lips, and her words bored a hole through Zilon's heart. "Celeste, I told you. A rejection will kill you. You're too weak." "Even if I'm the one who rejects you? I'm sure that will hurt too. You're in enough pain, Celeste. Wait until you're better. You can reject me then." That was a lie. He'd never let her go. He didn't think he had it in him to reject her, and he wouldn't let her reject him. Rolling the cork off the water bottle, he once again issued it to her. "Here, drink this in the meantime." Celeste weakly shoved the bottle away, eyes finally gliding up to meet his again. "I don't care about dying. In fact, I wanted to die. I don't know why the moon goddess kept me alive, but I'd prefer dying than living in this hell." "Celeste, do you want to save your pride and reject me? If so, then do it now, because if you don't, I will." Zilon sighed as he placed the water bottle down. "Celeste, I already told you. I won't reject you." "Then Celeste Morales rejects you, Zil." "Then Celeste Morales rejects you, Zil." Zilon acted as quick as his heartbeat when he crashed his lips against hers. He wasn't even sure of his actions until it was already done. The bad thing was that he had kissed her without permission, but the good thing was that he had stopped her from rejecting him. Should he pull away now then? He should, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to. Her lips tasted as good as the first time his lips had touched them, despite how dry they were. They tasted like her scent, minty, and not that he had tasted lavender before, but they had a hint of that too. He couldn't help himself. He had to get closer. He had to have more. Climbing onto the bed, he brought his hand beneath her chin, using a finger to lift her head. His lips moved slowly against hers, exuding the passion hers wasn't, and though his hand aimed to pull her closer, hers only pushed him away. Zilon understood her actions, and he conceded to them. He pulled back, eyes finding hers. "At least kiss back, Celeste." Celeste shook her head, turning to face away from him. "I will not let you have to tell me that whatever we did, whether we kiss or we mate, means nothing to you. It doesn't make sense we do it if it means nothing." "Right," Zilon nodded, slowly crawling off of the bed and settling back into the chair. She was right, but that didn't stop him from feeling dejected. "I understand what you mean, but can you not randomly throw rejection speech at me? I know that you want a rejection and you'll certainly get it, but wait. You can reject me after you're fully recovered. I won't stop you then. Why can I not do it now?" "You're already hurt. The rejection will only hurt you more. I think it's safer to do it when you have sufficient strength. I don't want it to kill you. I owe you as much as your life after making you want to take it. Just wait a little longer." Celeste didn't want to listen to him, but she nodded anyway, reaching past him for the water that he had kept offering her. I want to go back home as well. I don't want to stay at your house anymore. Zillan shook his head. You know how this works, Celeste. Women live at their parents' house until their mates take them out. I am your mate. You won't bring down shame on my name by giving people the idea that I'm not taking care of you, especially not my parents. Then are you taking care of me? It took Zillan a while to answer, and when he did, he answered honestly. No, but you want me to pretend that you do. I figured that much. Celeste theorized, turning the water over her head. She drank a fair portion of it before pulling it away from her lips and placing it back on the bedside table. I've done a lot of pretending before. I've pretended to be happy when I was sad, and I've pretended to be loved when I felt insignificant and unwanted on the inside. So sure, I'll do a great job pretending that we're a match made in heaven. She repositioned herself, and now instead of sitting, she laid on her side, facing away from Zillan. Now if you'd give me some privacy, I want to be by myself. Zillan sighed. Celeste, leave me alone. All right, but aren't you hungry? I'm not. And you're not going to do anything stupid when I leave, right? No. I have this feeling that you're lying. Since you're so good at pretending, pretend that I'm not here until tomorrow morning when the doctor comes to do a checkup. Sure. Celeste covered her head with the pillow, making it clear that she'd definitely ignore the fact that he was here. Beneath it, she took deep breaths, not being able to believe herself. She talked back to Zillan, told him she'd reject him and that she wouldn't kiss him back. It was the first time she'd ever done it, and as an alpha, she thought his reaction would have been different. She thought he'd perhaps get angry, but why would he really get angry if a rejection was what he wanted? But then again, why would he have cried for her and brought her to a hospital if he wanted her out of the picture? Wouldn't it have been better for him if she died? Celeste didn't care about his reasons for saving her. She might have pretended she didn't want to be saved, but inside that house when she held the razor in her hand, she had prayed that he'd come back and stop her. He had been late, but not late enough. He had held her so tight, and though he was strong, though he was a man, he cried for her to open her eyes. It was actually him who willed her to live, him who shook the life right back into her. She should thank him for saving her from such a disastrous situation. But how could she when it was him who pinned her in it? Sighing, Celeste closed her eyes. She couldn't forgive him, no matter how worried about her he seemed. He was probably just doing it for the pack, doing it so they'd see him as their future alpha. Celeste didn't want to be fooled. She'd expect nothing from him, and only then she wouldn't be able to get hurt. With such thoughts, she drifted off to sleep, praying to God that tomorrow would be a better day. Celeste's eyes fluttered open, only to be greeted by the bright, unsolicited sun. The curtains were already drawn, the windows tilted open, and Zillan was nowhere to be seen. His scent still lingered in the room, but it wasn't strong, which meant he probably left more than an hour ago. Perhaps he was with Celia now, and even if he wasn't, his whereabouts wasn't any of her business. Sitting up on the bed, Celeste looked down at her bandaged arm. What had willed her to put pressure on the razor that day? Which demon from hell had persuaded her that dying would be better than living? Why did she not think about the fact that it'd be painful? Why did she just think about what Zillan did, where he was going, and what he'd do in the future? Why didn't she think about herself? She was a fool, but she wouldn't be a fool anymore. Her feelings now came first, not Zillan's, not anybody's. Since nobody else would, she'd cater for herself physically and mentally. For the very first time in her life, she'd try to love herself even if nobody else did. She might not be as pretty as Celia, she might not know how to apply makeup, how to dress, but she had a heart of gold and she'd use it wisely. Taking a deep breath, She looked towards the door when she heard approaching footsteps. It wasn't Zilon, she knew, because this scent was unfamiliar to her nostrils, fresh to her memory. The door in front of her slid open, and she relaxed when she realized that it was a doctor. "Your mate told me that you've been awake since last night. That's surprising despite how weak you were. You lost a lot of blood, although you're awake now. I still need to watch how fast your body will heal." "Then, how long will I be kept here?" "Not long. If you're healing fine, then you can leave tomorrow." "And can I not eat?" "Oh, yes." The doctor lightly chuckled. "Your mate has gone out. I'm here." Zilon stepped into the room after shouldering the doctor out of the doorway. "She can eat anything, right?" "I suppose so." "Then I brought you I don't want it." Both the doctor and Zilon looked at Celeste, but Zilon was the first to speak. "And why not?" "Because I can get myself food." "Right? You can't leave the hospital, Celeste." "Then I'll starve." Zilon sighed, walking over to place the 2 foods he brought on the bedside table. "You're not going to starve because I'm not going to watch you starve, Celeste. I told you that I owed you last night. Please accept the fact that I'm paying off my debts." "You don't owe me any. I have another patient next door. I'll just go do their checkup now." Neither Celeste or Zilon looked over at the doctor, who carefully wobbled outside and closed the door behind him. Both were too busy glaring at each other. "Just eat, Celeste. We both know that you're hungry." Celeste turned away from him and from the tempting smell of the food, and instead stared at the wall. "No. All right. I won't force you. It's actually your business if you want to starve." With that, Zilon opened up one of the plates, picked up a slice of bread, and began eating. He knew sick people were always given porridge and soup, but since he didn't know if she liked any of those, he brought what he knew she'd eat. A chicken sandwich. It might just be a chicken sandwich, but he had to go through extreme measures to get it. First, he had to go to his parents' house, and second, he had to beg his mother to make it. She didn't want to since she was currently not talking to him, but after coming up with the condition that after leaving the hospital, Celeste would stay with her, she happily made them for him. That witch? She accused him of not being a good mate, and even though it was true, she shouldn't have said it. She was his mother, for Christ's sake. Sighing, he bit into the bread again, eyes fixated on Celeste, who refused to stare anywhere near his direction. She probably hated him. He could sense it in the way she looked at him, the way she spoke, but hating him has absolutely nothing to do with starving herself. She could starve him. He wouldn't mind. But as for herself, he minded greatly. In order to recover smoothly, she needed to eat, and if she refuses to do so, when will she finally be okay? Sighing again, Zilon dropped the food back into his plate and swallowed what of it was in his mouth. "Celeste?" "What?" "I know you're hungry. Eat." "No. You can hate me, but at least take care of yourself. Don't you want to leave this hospital? Don't you want a speedy recovery?" "No, I mean yes." "Then at least eat one bite. I'm not the person who made it. My mom did, and she even sent a get well card." "Liar, nobody would send me a card, not even my mom." "Look." Zilon pulled the card from under his plate and laid it on top of hers. "If you're taking the card, you've got to take the food too." Celeste reluctantly turned to look at him, no doubt spotting the card. She'd never gotten one before, not even on her birthday. Without even realizing it, she reached for the plate, and as soon as it resided in her lap, she took up the card and opened it. "Get well soon, my daughter-in-law. We'll have so much fun when you get discharged. See you soon, love. From your mom, Celine." Celeste's heart almost moved in her chest as she closed it. What does she mean by... She means you, and not only you, but you and I will be going over to their house as soon as you're discharged. Celeste took up her bags off the floor and waved at the doctor. Thanks for saving my life and also for the early discharge. You're soon to be Luna. You don't have to thank me. I'm just doing my job as the pack doctor. Luna? Celeste wanted to laugh at herself but smiled at him instead. The bandage around her arm proved that she wasn't Luna material, but maybe this doctor's conviction came from the solidity of words. If so, then I'm not a future Luna. My position has yet to be confirmed. I'm an Omega, the bottom of the hierarchy. You don't have to show me respect. My rank is lower than yours. With that, she gripped her bag straps tighter and walked past him. She wasn't going to be the Luna of the pack. She wouldn't entice the idea or give the pack members hope. They didn't deserve to be lied to be played like Zilon played her. What they deserved was a strong Luna who could guide them on a path to victory, and that person could only be Celia. What? She had come to terms with the facts while holding the razor in her hand that unfruitful day. Right then, she understood why she wasn't needed, and perhaps that's where her courage had flared from. Even now she understood. Zilon made it easy to. He hadn't visited her after the last time he brought her food. He was kind enough to drop them off, but he wouldn't step foot through her door. That wasn't what hurt, though. It was the fact that he knew today was her discharge day. The doctor had given him the exact time, and even though it was more than an hour past it, Zilon hadn't shown up yet. Celeste pitied herself. Even the doctor had started to give her sympathetic looks, but she didn't want his pity, not when she could make it all by herself. She didn't have to wait on Zilon. She could walk and she knew exactly where she lived. Pushing the hospital door open, she walked down the hall, searching for the familiar exit. She visited this place a lot while growing up. Every time she got hurt, she had to come here to get the wound patched up, and it wasn't any different now. Sighing, she took a left turn, spotting the door at the edge of the hall. She almost tripped over her feet at her quick attempt to reach it, then realized that a hospital was nothing to run from. Sure, she hated it here, but she hated it at home even more. At least here, the doctors and nurse attended to her with care. But at home, nobody would ever come to her aid. But as she now came to understand, the world was cruel to its victims until the very end. Pushing the door open, she stepped off into the light of the sun, basking in the cool air that almost instantly enveloped her skin. She walked down the rocky path, passing the parked cars and the little people that were scattered on the outside. See, she was okay. She didn't need Zilon. She didn't need anyone. Gripping her bag tighter, she continued to walk, her hair blowing profusely behind her back and her bare feet light on the pavement. Zilon had brought her clothes, but it seems he had forgotten her slippers. Nevertheless, she was fine. She was a car stopped by her feet and frightened. Celeste staggered back, eyes zooming in on the tilted windows that were slowly being rolled down to reveal Zilon. He was seated around the driver's seat, face filled with irritation. What the F***ck are you doing out here by yourself? I thought you weren't coming. Couldn't you have waited? Do you think I'm heartless enough to leave a sick person at the hospital? I did wait. I waited for an hour and a half before deciding that I could do things by myself. By yourself. Get in the F***king car, Celeste. You're sick. I'm not sick anymore. I don't need your help. Zilon sighed, shaking his head in annoyance. I come here late after sitting home and packing both our clothes, and this is the reward I get? Get in the car, Celeste. You're not even wearing shoes. Celeste looked down at her bare feet, shaking her head. I don't want to. It couldn't have taken you so long to pack clothes. Just admit it. I'm a burden that you don't want to carry. Why not just reject me? Knowing you don't want me is more reassuring than hoping that you would. Get in the car. I bet you can barely even stand, and yet still you're here talking about a rejection. I'm honestly okay. I can stand. I can walk, and I know I can run. And what? Because you feel strong, you think you can withstand a rejection. If that's the case, then let me tell you this. Zilon pushed the car door on his side open, stepping through it. You're weak. An omega that can't even heal faster than humans. Drop the facade about being okay. I know you're probably dizzy right now, on the brink of collapsing. Stop fooling yourself, Celeste. You can't withstand pain, so why think you can withstand a rejection? By the time he was finished speaking, he was standing directly in front of Celeste, her body swaying along with the wind as tears brimmed her eyes. I'm not. Right. Even now I can see the weakness in your eyes. The pain of not just because you're not strong enough, but because you still remain unwanted. He grabbed her hand, hauling her over to the car. Be glad that I even came. I didn't have to. With that, he opened the door and shoved her right in, only regretting his words after realizing that he said them. Celeste cried silently as he drove, back turned to him and face shielded away by her hands. She hated him. She hated him so much. If so, why was it that his words still hurt her then? Why was it that back at the hospital she couldn't stop wishing he'd come? And why was it that when she finally saw his face, relief had washed her thoroughly? She still loved him, didn't she? No matter how much she tried to deny it or how much she walked around it, the truth wouldn't hold back when it slapped her like a brick in the face. She loved him, and she wouldn't stop. She might want to, but the mate bond would never truly let her. That's why she wanted to get rid of it. That's why she kept preying on a rejection, coaxing him to either reject her or accept hers. But it seems getting him to do either wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Still, she'd continue to try until rejecting her was his only choice. Using her blouse, she wiped away the tears that tainted her face and sat upright in the car. She shouldn't cry because of him. Not anymore. He'd made her cry enough back at the house. It was time for her to stow Celeste. Celeste almost jumped in her seat at the sound of his voice. It was so different now, gentle and not rough, low and not harsh, but still it managed to frighten her. Are you all right? Celeste nodded, but reluctantly, her voice shaking pitifully as she asked the only thing that ran across her mind. Where are we going? Are you done crying now? She nodded again. Then we're going to Dad's place. I told you before, Mom wants to meet you. I wasn't sure what clothes to pack for you, so I packed almost everything. I wasn't even sure what panty or bra you liked, so I packed all of those as well. I brought your slippers too. They're on the back seat. Put them on. I'm fine, Celeste murmured out, finally turning to stare at him. But if we're going to your mom's house, why are we in a car? It's just in the center of the Packlands. And isn't that far for a sick person to walk? Can you even transform into your wolf? I could have carried you on my back, but I doubt you'd want that, so I went to Dad's place first and borrowed his car. He took a right, hands tight around the steering wheel as he turned it. That's why it took so long to come to the hospital. The car is really convenient too. We don't have to carry our stuff all the way there in the trunk. Oh. Celeste wasn't sure why, but the fact that he revealed what had made him late calmed her, even though it shouldn't have. I'm sorry for getting angry at you back outside the hospital. I shouldn't have said that. You're already hurt, and yet I seem to have made it worse. Celeste didn't answer him. She wasn't sure what to say, or rather, she had nothing to say. This was the first he had ever apologized after making her cry, but even so, she wouldn't let it sway her. He kept acting nice, kept acting like he cared, but she knew that he was the same Zilon as before, and he'd no doubt remain the same until he died. Zilon parked the car in front of his parents' house and looked over at Celeste. Put on your slippers before you go outside. He reached for them on the back seat and offered them to her. Here, take them. Celeste hesitantly took them, throwing them by her feet and putting them on. You can go on inside now. I'll take in the bags. He opened up his door, and only seconds after, Celeste opened up hers too. I'll carry mine. Yours are the heaviest, I'll carry them. Go inside. Celeste shook her head, glaring at his back. They're mine. I'll carry them. No, and before you persist, no means F asterisk king no. He walked around the car to the trunk and Celeste followed him, her arms hugging around her body as Zillan packed the bags out, placing them on the floor. She wasn't sure how to feel about this, the fact that she was going to meet his parents. She had a feeling that they'd hate her, especially his father. She was weak. An Omega. Alphas hated the weak, and not because she was his son's mate would he make her an exception. His mother, though, she was probably nice. After all, 2 days ago she had sent Celeste a get-well card. But what if she was like Celia, two-faced and cruel? Or what if she was like Celeste's mother, fake and manipulative? Celeste would surely suffer throughout all the days she'd spend here if they were, as she thought. But she could bet it wouldn't be that bad. She had suffered through her past as well. She was used to it. Straightening up, she followed Zillan as soon as he closed the trunk and started walking towards the house, with her little suitcase hauling behind him and a count of 4 bags bundled in his other hand. He stepped up to the front door, letting go of her suitcase to knock. They stood there and waited, and even though it didn't take long for footsteps to greet her ears from the inside, it felt like forever for Celeste. She was nervous, more so when the door was pulled open, revealing the Alpha and Luna of her pack. She was nervous, more so when the door was pulled open, revealing the Alpha and Luna of her pack. As usual, the Alpha's face was stern, depicting nothing but austerity. His aura was powerful, his scent even stronger than Zillan's. Unsurprisingly, that made Celeste's nervousness reign a little higher, and the fact that the Luna only stood, twisting her neck like a peacock while she looked at her, made it even worse. Celeste took a shaky step back, bowing her head as a sign of respect and submission. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Celeste. Seconds went by and nobody answered. She felt the need to look up, to see their expressions, but she was too scared to, so instead she continued. I'm Zillan's current mate. More time ran out, and her heart rammed against her chest as if it was trying to break out of it, and what made it worse was the stern voice that broke the silence. Raise your head. There was no denying it. That was the Alpha's voice, and it sounded as if he was angry at her, scorning her. Slowly she acquiesced to his orders, the Omega in her unable to defy it. His face looked just the way his voice sounded, scornful. He looked just about to hit her when he raised his hands, but instead of on her cheek, his big rough hand rested atop of her head. We don't do that around here. I'm the Alpha of the pack, not the Alpha of my family. You can relax. There's nothing to be scared of. Come, let's get you inside. You're still feeling unwell, are you not? His hand dropped to her shoulder, gently pulling her forward and through the door. Honey, were you done with dinner? Yes, but tell me, honey, why is it necessary for Zillan to stay here too? She's my mate, Mom. Of course I'll stay. Your mate, my ass. Look at the girl. She's a goddess walking on land. Do you really believe the goddess of the moon would just hand her over to anybody, especially to you? Well, yes, she did, didn't she? A mistake, that's what this is. I thought your mate would be just like you. Ugly, disrespectful, and ugly. Mom, you know I'm not ugly. They say I get my looks from you. If I'm ugly, you're undoubtedly ugly too. Shut up, you traitorous son. Nobody said... Will you two shame yourselves in front of our guest? It's an immature argument, but let me add this fact. Both of you are ugly, a mirror image of each. With that, he led Celeste further inside until they made it to the dinner table. You'll sit beside me, dear. The only spot for a princess is beside a king. Now come. He walked her over to the seat beside the one at the head of the table and pulled it out for her. Sit. Celeste reluctant sat down, not sure what else to do. Her expectations were completely broken. This was everything beyond it. An alpha being so gentle the sun must have stopped shining outside. Shuffling nervously on the chair, she watched as Zilon and his mother came in, both shouldering each other as they walked. "You're not my son anymore. And you're not my mother either. That's what you should tell people. That way they'll stop thinking we look alike. I was so pretty back in my teen days that I seduced your father long before he knew I was his mate." "Yeah, right. It was more like you tried to seduce me and failed." "Shut up, Gregory Maker. And come and sit down, Selena Zest Makery." The woman rolled her eyes and sat in the chair adjacent to Celeste's. Zilon walked over to the table after her, dropping the bags and the suitcase in the corner of the room. "Then why is it that Celeste is sitting in my chair?" "Because this is where she belongs," the alpha replied. "And you should sit beside your mother, Celeste's mine, whenever we're around the dinner table." "Did you forget that your wife can hear you?" "Of course not. She knows that mine meant nothing, right, honey?" "Shut up, Gregory, and sit down, son." Zilon rolled his eyes and sat down beside his mother. "I swear to God, if the food didn't smell nice, I'd go straight to my room." "It's not your room anymore, it's Celeste's. Your room is the living room because you aren't sleeping anywhere near her." "What do you mean, Mom? Is she my mate or yours?" "About that, we'll talk after dinner." She rose out of her seat, uncovering each plate and revealing all that she cooked. "I cooked up a feast: fried chicken, baked chicken, quesadillas, rice, spaghetti, pasta. I wasn't sure what you liked, and you're the person I was cooking for, so..." Celeste looked down at the food, honestly grateful. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sweetie. Why don't you start the dinner? Take the first bite." But the first bite is always reserved for the alpha. "What did I say outside? I'm no alpha when I step foot in this house. Do you see them treating me like one?" Celeste shook her head. "Then do the same, take the first bite. The dinner is yours anyway." Celeste looked up at Zilon, then at the Luna, and then at the alpha of the pack before reaching for a quesadilla. She liked this. The gentleness in his voice as he spoke to her, the look in his eyes was no different. Smiling, she brought the food to her lips, taking a small bite out of it and chewing. "How is it, sweetie?" It's good." "As always now. Let's eat." "That hit home, didn't it, son?" Zilon glared over at his mother, pushing his empty plate aside. "I could eat 2 spoonfuls more, but since it's all finished, I don't feel satisfied." "You eat like a pig. And you cook like a stingy old woman." "Well, I am stingy, and I am old. Tell him Gregory." Gregory, or rather the alpha, sighed as he looked over at them. "You both are embarrassments to my family. Can't you guys shut up for once?" Every time Zilon visits, he gives Celine another topic to argue about. "Are you two not grown?" "Absolutely. I don't know about Zilon, but I'm so grown that I'll go wash up after myself." She raised out of her seat, stacking the plates atop of each other. "I bet you aren't grown enough to do that, Gregory." "Well, can I help? With the dishes, I mean." Everyone's eyes swung over to Celeste, each one assessing her as if she was mad. "No." The word was thrown at her by everyone, said in complete unison. However, the Luna was the sole owner of the ones that greeted her ears after. "You're not only here because we wanted to meet you, Celeste. We know how Zilon is. If you had went home with him, you'd have been the one to cook and clean up, despite the fact that you just left a hospital. We know how worthless he is, thus why he'll be the one to help with the dishes. Go rest up, sweetheart. I wanted to talk to Zilon about something anyway." But, go ahead, kitten. Dad will show you to my room. I won't take long, I'll be up in a second." Celeste looked over at Zilon, finding his words reassuring enough to calm her heart. "Oh, okay. I'll bring up your bags when I'm coming, so don't even think of touching them." He then stood to his feet and started helping his mom stack up the dishes. Celeste watched him until both him and his mother had the plates that had been on the table in their hands as they disappeared into what she guessed was the kitchen. She turned to the alpha then, smiling shyly. I think I'm ready to go up now. All right, sweetie, come on. He got up from his seat, and Celeste mirrored his actions, steps following his as he led her deeper into the house. He took her up the stairs, taking her to the first room along the hall. This is Zillan's room. He's been living in it from the moment he became 5 up until now. He rarely ever stays at his place, but we haven't been seeing him much lately. At first we thought it was good. He now had a maid after all, but then we realized that everything wasn't as it seemed, especially after hearing about your admitting at the hospital. Celeste's heart picked up in her chest, her eyes dropping to the floor. It wasn't high. It's inevitable for you to defend him, but we'll be the one to conclude whether it was his fault or not. He pushed the door open, gesturing her inside. Go rest up now, you must be tired. And then he turned his back, heading back down the stairs. Celeste didn't know how to feel about what he said. What would they do if they figured out what had been happening between Zillan and her? Would they too choose Celia like what Zillan did? Would they shun her? Would they no longer treat her as family? Would they too reject her? Celeste wasn't sure about any of those answers, but she was sure that she'd feel bad if things took a negative turn from here. She already felt at home. For the first time in forever, she felt as though she could belong somewhere. Zillan didn't have to be a part of her life. His parents made her feel significant enough. She didn't feel unwanted when she had sat around that table, and she really didn't want to feel that way anymore, not for the rest of her life. But that wasn't up to her. It wasn't a wish she could fulfill. She wasn't the moon goddess. She couldn't just choose her own path. She couldn't steer herself or steer them either. Their reaction to what's been happening was totally out of her control. So whatever happened, she'd have to accept it, and that made her sad. Indolently walking through the door, Celeste sighed, shoving the door close behind her. This really was Zillan's room. She could smell his distinct scent. The sweetness of it calmed her, but it wasn't enough to take away her worries or the hopelessness that tainted her heart. She really was convicted that they'd hate her after this, and then she'd truly be lonely. She'd go back to being unwanted and insignificant. Tears blurred her vision as she thought of it, and a denseness pressured her already heavy heart as she staggered over to the bed, laying down on the edge of it. She wished the moon goddess had favored her as much as she favored her sister. She wished her pain could just end and happiness would be the only thing she felt. She wished, because that's all she could do. After letting a few tears fall, Celeste closed her eyes, trying in vain to fall asleep. That way, whatever the future holds would be put on hold until she woke up. But it seems for her, even that was impossible. That is none of your business, Mom. It is my business, Zillan. We are your parents. If your dad spoiled you as a youth, I didn't. I did my best to properly groom you, and look what you turned out to be. A selfish little brat. I'm not selfish, and I'm not a brat either. She's mine. Celia is mine too. What do you want me to do? None of them is actually yours until you choose. Have you ever heard of someone having 2 mates? When Celia finds hers, you'll realize how easy it had been to choose from the start, because she'll definitely chose him, if not now, then sometime in the long run. She won't. It's evident that she loves me. That love will disappear like yours should have when she finds her mate. I really can't believe this. That girl up there has to be suffering because of your stupidity. She must be in so much pain. And I pity her if she chooses a bastard like you over herself, because it won't end pretty. Celine, calm down, he's your son. Celine looked over at her husband, more like glared over at him. You shut your mouth. He is not my son and certainly not an alpha if he remains in the shell of selfishness. What he's doing is cruel. How can you have a mate and constantly lust after her twin sister? I bet he wouldn't have liked it if she went after his brother. Stop, Mom. I'm not going to stop until you do, Zillan. Break up with Celia. Only one person will be beneficial to you in the future, and that's Celeste. Zillan shoved the plate across the counter, shattering it into pieces when it landed against the wall. I said to stop. I'll choose who I want. Who I choose is none of your business anyway. It's my life. If I suffer in the long run, then let it be. Then, if you're going to choose Celia, let Celeste go. Let her reject you. It'll be less painful for her then. No, she's mine. She's *king mine. Stop telling me what to do. He marched out of the kitchen, hands clenched into balls as he walked up the stairs. Who were they to tell him what to do? Who were they to tell him who to choose? Insolent, that's what they were. Parents or not, they were too inquisitive, especially when it came to his *seeking life. Celia was his, and Celeste was undoubtedly his too. She had his mark on her neck, and the mate bond was a connection that they shared. Who were they to tell her to reject him? Who the *ck were they? Stepping down the hallway, he stopped directly in front of his door, pushing it wide open. His eyes sauntered inside, spotting Celeste laid like the prize she was across the bed. His fist clenched tighter as he walked inside, not unclenching even as he slammed the door shut behind him. He tilted his head, taking in a long, heavy breath. You're mine, aren't you? Celeste's eyes that were already on him only showed signs of confusion as she sat up on the bed. What are you talking about? Answer my question, Celeste. Are you mine or not? Celeste shrugged, eyes dropping to assess floor. She wasn't his, was she? At least she wasn't his anymore. After recovering, she'd reject him like they had planned. So Celeste's heart jumped in her chest when she found herself laying instead of sitting. And what surprised her even more was the fact that Zillan was on top of her. His eyes seemed untamed, and anger was the only thing that roamed his face. It scared her. The aura that surfaced around him, she could practically smell his displeasure and sense the danger she was now in. What are you doing? Zillan clicked his tongue, leaning in to rest his head along the crook of her neck. I want to show you something. What? That you're *king mine. Out of nowhere, his teeth sunk into her neck, granting her pain, but immense pleasure as well. She shook beneath him as if she undergoing seizure, her eyes rolling straight to the back of her head and nails clawing at his shirt. Zillan. His name was nothing but a whimper that fell off of her trembling lips as he licked his mark like a dog before looking up at her. See, your neck is mine. It has my mark, and as for the rest of your body... His hand reached for her blouse, tearing it off of her with little to no effort. I'll claim it. I'll claim all of you. His lips crashed upon her chest, leaving nothing but hickeys all over it. It felt just like it shouldn't have. Good, but Celeste wasn't sure if she was to moan or cry. They were going to reject each other. Why was he recreating a connection between them? Why was he strengthening the mate bond? He didn't want her. He made that clear on their way here, so what was this? What was he trying to do now? Celeste pushed back against the bed, shoving at his chest instead of hugging desperately to his back. Stop. Stop? Stop what? I'm marking you, showing them, and everyone else that you're *king mine. He grabbed at her hands, pinning them above her head. Why should I choose? Did I ever tell the moon goddess to make you my mate? Who told her to create such a triangle? It's all on her. That shitty woman who thinks she knows it all. He leaned closer onto her face, smirking almost evilly down at her. Now stay still, my beautiful little kitten. Let me show you that you're mine. irrevocably mine. Celeste's heart battered against her chest as he stripped her of her jeans pants, leaving her vulnerable to the cold air that passed through and vulnerable to his eyes. She was now in nothing but a red panty that barely did nothing to hide what it was supposed to. In a situation like this, was it wrong of her to feel exploited or rather invaded? This was purely against her will. He was touching her without the care of her consent, totally different from the first time he had mated her. That time he had asked her if she was sure about doing it, and had even asked if she was ready. His touch had been gentle back then too, soothing to her skin, but it was nothing like it. His hands were rough where they touched her. His lips were harsh too, everywhere they so much as glimpsed. His teeth would too. It was as if his sole purpose was really to mark her everywhere, and that too without acknowledging her lack of consent. Wasn't he the one who told her he didn't want her? Wasn't he the one who kept telling her she was unwanted? So why was he? Celeste scooted back on the bed, holding one hand before her as a feeble defense and the other across her chest in aid of protecting what was left of her dignity. Zilon, stop. Please. I don't want this. Zilon tilted his head as he slowly approached her, eyes holding nothing but austerity and a determination that she couldn't understand. It was as if she was his prey, weak and vulnerable, while he was the hunter, strong and courageous. He was about to eat her up, swallow her in one go, and there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't run, she couldn't hide, and she couldn't beg him for her life either. He was too serious about this. She could see it in his eyes. They were glistening with a wild desire. It was as if this person wasn't Zilon anymore, as if he'd gone rabid. Scooting even further up the bed and not stopping until her back hit the walls, Celeste tried to calm her beating heart by trying her best not to cry. She had cried enough, or rather he had made her cry too much. Every single day tears would wet her cheeks. Every time he told her the truth, every time he became harsh, she'd do nothing but cry. But alas, was there anything else she could do? That's right, there wasn't. Which was why the tears she tried to hold back fell like a river down her cheeks when Zilon finally made it close enough to sit before her. He gently swatted her defensive hand out of the way and cupped her cheeks with the other, leaning even closer to assess her face. Kitten, are you crying? Despite it being obvious, Celeste nodded. Why? Because I don't. I don't want this. I bet you're lying. You want this, don't you? You've always wanted it, so why the F***CK are you refusing me now? Did Dad tell you to do it? Did he tell you to reject me? No, he didn't. You're lying again. Your lips keep trembling as you speak. Your eyes keep avoiding mine. Tell me the truth, kitten. He told you to do this, didn't he? Celeste shook her head no, but Zilon still insisted. It's okay. You don't have to listen to them. I'm your alpha. You should only listen to me. His hand slid from her cheek, landing on her bare thigh. And as your alpha, it's only fair that you carry my mark and my pups too. Celeste's eyes widened as he shuffled closer, tearing her legs apart. Zilon, no, please no, she pleaded. But her negative response didn't faze him at all. Instead, it seemed to egg him on. Your scent is as tempting as ever. The mint, the lavender. It could drive anyone mad. His hand inched between her leg, running along the waistband of her drawers. Celeste's breath hitched, her eyes watering even more when his hand invaded the stretchy material gliding along her sensitive clit. A whimper fell from her lips and a tremor ran down her spine. She felt hopeless now, more weak than ever. Her body, as stupid as it sounded, was reacting to his touch. She could feel the slick that slid down her walls and the pleasure that glided through her veins. She didn't want this, but it seems her body did. How useless, a body that would succumb to anything he did to it. She felt pitiful, truly impotent. She felt like a fool, a toy, a doll, or rather a puppet. She felt, Zilon, stop. You're telling me to stop again despite the fact that you don't want me to. I can smell your arousal, and even though I can smell your slick, I can feel it too. How wet and warm you are. How aroused you are by such a simple touch. Celeste shook her head. I'm not. Please stop. Just relax, kitten. It'll get to the good part soon. His finger slid a little lower, dipping into her wetness. Her walls clenched around it almost instantly, the warmth feeling like magic. Tight. He groaned out, shaft as hard as a rock. Her body was as perfect as the very first time it had graced his eyes. Her perfect curves, her flawlessness. Everything about her had turned him on. How needy she had been for his touch. How desperate. She had been trembling in need, just like she was now. And her eyes. Her eyes were filled with desperation, desire, and Zilon cocked his head to the side, assessing her closer. Her eyes weren't the same as they were last time. Instead of desperation, instead of an uncontrollable desire, all he could see was fear. Fear that reflected from the tears that glided down her cheeks. She wasn't shaking in need, but then if not, was she shaking because she was scared? Of him? Zilon's fingers ceased. Its movements, his heart crashing and shattering in his chest. What was he doing? The same thing you've always done. Hurt her. It was his self-conscious that spoke to him, and it seemed to be nothing but the truth. She was crying, begging him to stop, and yet all he did was continue. Stupid, stupid, stupid. What was wrong with him? Slipping his finger out of her, he withdrew his hand from the confines of her panty and backed away from her trembling body. A sob graced the air from her lips, stabbing like a spear into his already shattered heart. See, Celeste, I'm sorry. I think I'm in rut. And with that, he ran out of the room as if it was on fire. Since the night she tried to reject him at the hospital, he's been feeling weird. He craved physical attention. Every time he saw her, his eyes would focus on nothing but the mark on her neck, making sure that it was still there. Sometimes he even wanted to mark her again, cover her in his scent. And that's why he chose to stay away. She was sick. She was hurt. Bombarding her with his dominance and his possessiveness would have only hurt her more. He had suspected that it was time for his rut, but when nothing happened while she was with him in the car, he had doubted. Now, though, he wished he hadn't, because look what he did. He made her hate him even more. Kike. Zilon cursed to himself, running a hand through his head of black hair. Even now, he couldn't come to terms with what he had done. It really wasn't his intention to hurt her again. He had promised her peace, promised to pay her back for all the bad things he had done to her, and instead of doing that, he had made everything worse. Her eyes had been filled with so much pain and confusion. It was obvious that she didn't know what to say or do. She was trapped beneath him, unable to free herself, unable to make her own choices. He really wished he hadn't went to that room, and he wished the urge to touch her hadn't been strong enough to overwhelm him. That poor girl, if she didn't hate him before, she sure as hell hated him now. It was evident in the way she looked at him, the fear, the vulnerability. He had certainly broken her more than she had been before, and he regretted it. He regretted all those hateful words he previously told her. He regretted those angry gazes, those annoyed glares. And most of all, he regretted the harassment he had just now bestowed upon her. She was his mate, and yet he treated her as though she was a stranger. She was so good to him even when he was bad to her. She was so pure, an angel facing hell, a flower trapped in a fire. He truly wished he could have treated her better, but in his world, one of both twins had to get hurt, and his choice was Celeste, the weakest and yet the strongest. He had thrown so many knives at her, and even when they stabbed her, she endured. But he couldn't keep hurting her. Her endurance was wavering. She had crept past more than she could manage. As his mom said before, it was really time for him to choose. Having them both would truly make him a selfish alpha, and moreover, both of them would be in pain. Would it be Celia or would it be Celeste? He had to make a choice. If not now, then when? Leaning back against the couch, he sighed. Celeste was a sweetheart. Shy, caring, submissive, and vulnerable. She was strong when it came to the heart, but physically she was too weak. Celia was also a sweetheart. Clingy, needy, and bold. She was strong physically, but mentally she was weak. She can't withstand pressure. Every time they had an argument, she'd come around first. She was dependent, too, mostly on him and desperate for attention when he neglects to issue it to her. Which one would be an ideal Luna? Would it be Celeste or would it be Selly? What? Are you still caught up in your love triangle? Zilon turned his head in the direction of the voice, spotting his father with a cup of what he was sure was coffee in hand. If you're here to reprimand me, then leave me be. I'm not in the mood for it. Something happened, didn't it? Zilon looked down at his hands, seeming pitiful in his father's eyes. I'm in rut. Then isn't that great you finally get to... It hadn't been great so far. Not when I harassed Celeste and still tempted to do it again. What? She cried, father. She looked so scared. I was so rough I treated her like a doll. She probably hates me now. Gregory sighed, walking further into the living room. You regret it now, don't you? I do. Then she'll forgive you. She won't. I've heard her so many times in the past. As long as she's your true mate, then even if it takes 10 years, she will forgive you. He took a seat beside his son, placing the cup of coffee on the marble table in front of them. But if you don't choose her, what will be there for her to forgive? I know you don't want to hear it, but the moon goddess is always right. There must be a reason why she chose Celeste. You two are compatible. It might not seem that way now, but you'll see in the future. But Celia was here first. It doesn't matter. Break it off now or you'll regret it in the future. It'll break your heart just like it almost broke mine. What do you mean? Well, for starters, your mom and I aren't, or rather weren't, perfect. I was the alpha son back then, so of course I was popular, and your mom, well, she was weird. Back in high school, that woman would sit at the back of the class and glare at everything that moved, except for books. When I found she was my mate, I really didn't want her until I got to know her. She glared at people for no reason, but she had a heart of gold. The million other girls I had could have never replaced her. But, think about it, son. In the meantime, I'll go join your mother upstairs and the coffee. I made it for you. He raised up out of his seat and silently walked away. Zilon watched him as he went, seriously thinking about his words. What if he chose Celia and really lived to regret it in the end? The maid bond between them wouldn't be as strong as the one between him and Celeste. Even if he marked her, he doubted it'd grow. The mate bond was stronger between mates. It could grow and establish more than just a connection. The stronger the bond between the Alpha and the Luna, the stronger the pack would be. But Celeste was weak. How could a pack be strong with a weak Luna? Chapter 30. Celeste woke up in the embrace of Zilon's scent. It had been calming, a great way to wake up until she remembered what he had done last night. The roughness that had been in his touch, the wild desire that had laid with potency in his eyes, and the words he had spewed without caution to her. The memories came back to hit her like a brick, pushing away the calmness she once felt and replacing it with fear. Without even thinking about her actions, she jumped up on the bed, pulling the sheets over her even though she was already covered by clothes. Her eyes searched the room, finding Zilon at the very edge of the bed, staring at her with a gaze that reflected nothing but lamentation. His hands were in his lap, his eyebrows knitted in shame. You have every right to be scared of me, and I understand that what I did last night was wrong. But I swear to God that it was a mistake. I was in the gutter. My mind was in a haze. The only thing I could think about was claiming you. Celeste pulled the sheets closer to her chest, shuffling even further away from him. She didn't know what to say. Her tongue was tied in her mouth, her heart a second away from breaking into two. I get it if you don't want to forgive me. I just wanted you to at least know that my actions were out of my control. He rose up from the bed, walking over to the door. Mom sent me to call you down for breakfast. And then he was gone. Celeste took a breath of relief, the sheet finally falling out of her grasp. He seemed sorry. The regret in his eyes was so tangible that it managed to curl around her frail heart. She could forgive him, but getting close to him would be a challenge that she couldn't win. She was honestly too scared. He was still in rut if she was right. An alpha's rut lasted a week, and if he were to touch her, get her aroused, and passionately take her, then she was confident that she wouldn't be able to reject him. That's why she needed to stay away. She didn't want a repeat of their first mating or a repeat of whatever it was that he did to her last night. All she wanted was to reject him, and with him far away from her, she'd get it done. The more distant they got, the weaker the mate bond became. But if he kept holding on to her, and she doubted he would, then the mate bond would grow, coaxing her to accept him. If that happened, she'd try her best to deny him until it was time to leave his parents' house. Shuffling off of the bed, Celeste adjusted her clothes, then headed downstairs to what she knew was the dining room. Everyone was already seated around the table, and in order to cease the delay, she took her seat beside Zillion's father. "Morning," she mumbled, bowing her head in respect. "Good morning, sweetheart. Pancake is okay, right?" Celeste nodded at Celine, her eyes not once glancing over at Zillion. "Yes." "Well then, let's eat." With another nod, Celeste looked down at the plate in front of her, realizing that her pancakes lacked syrup. She reached for the syrup bottle that rested in the center of the table, but instead of grabbing it, her hand wrapped around warm, thick flesh. Frightened, she pulled back, her eyes finally gliding over to Zillion, who sat in front of her. "Sorry, I didn't. It's all right, Celeste, you can go first." He took up the bottle, offering it to her. "Here, take it." Celeste hesitated twice before taking the bottle from his hand. "To thank you." She quickly yet nervously poured some over her pancakes, then gave it back to him. Her eyes then fell back to her plate, her hands wrapping around her fork. Zillion was being nice to her again, and that was something he certainly shouldn't be doing. The last time his actions had given her hope, and this time, well, this time. Celeste's eyes darted up at Zillion again, her heart palpitating in her chest. Why was it that she couldn't completely hate him? She tried so hard, even last night before going to bed, she had pledged to resent him for the rest of her life. And yet when morning came, and he sat with the look of a pitiful puppy in his room, she felt as though she could forgive him, as though if he gave her a chance, she'd be willing to give him one too. She was a fool, she knew, and that was why she wanted to reject him as soon as possible. But how could she reject him in the sight of his parents? They'd hate her for causing their child pain, but then again, would they hate their child for causing her pain? She could bet they wouldn't. He was important to them. He was the Celeste's heart ceased to beat in her chest when Zillion's eyes met hers, no doubt catching her staring at him. Yet despite that, her eyes couldn't dart away. The look in his was... She couldn't describe it. There was a longing in his eyes that she hadn't seen in it before. Perhaps he was thinking about Celia, or maybe she was just imagining things. But it was there. She was sure it was there, that look, that longing. It was so prominent, so tangible that it felt as though she could touch it, and not only that, she could feel the mate bond too, reigning like a king in the pit of her stomach. What was happening? She didn't understand. Why couldn't she look away? What was this feeling? And more importantly, was Zilon feeling it too? It seemed he wasn't, because he did what was impossible for her. Look away. And then he shoved his plate aside and rose out of his seat. I'm not hungry. I'll be upstairs if any of you guys need me. And with that, he turned his back to his parents and to her, and sauntered leisurely up the stairs. Celeste's eyes followed his back, the mate bond stirring in the pit of her stomach. Was something wrong with him? Was something wrong with her? What was that? What, I think it's obvious that you should go after him, Celeste. Shut up, Celine. She does whatever she wants. Don't go if you don't feel the need to. It's your choice. It's obvious she wants to Gregory. Didn't you see how intense they were staring at each other? But Gregory cut Celeste off. Follow your heart, sweetheart, or rather the mate bond. And what choice did Celeste have but to listen to his advice? Hesitantly, she rose out of her seat, leaving her breakfast as well as Zillon's mother and father at the table as she followed after him up the stairs. Hesitantly, she rose out of her seat, leaving her breakfast as well as Zillon's mother and father at the table as she followed after him up the stairs. She wasn't sure why she was doing this, but something deep within her wanted her to. Or perhaps she was just curious. About that look in his eyes and about his actions. There was a chance that she had her hopes up again too. Perhaps she was putting too much faith into him. He had done so much to discourage her, and yet she still had the courage to approach him. How foolish she was, walking right into another heartbreak, giving him another chance to tear her right open. But would he? She couldn't help but ask. He had promised to never hurt again, and even though he broke his promise last night, she couldn't help but trust him. He said it was a mistake. It probably was. He was in rut, something so similar to her heat. She knew how it felt. She knew how fast your control could slip, how fast you could turn into someone you never thought you could be, and she knew how torturous it was having to crave for something you couldn't have. She pitied him, but she pitied herself too. For she knew he had the ability to hurt her. One word from him could break her, and another could fix her. He was her heartache, but he was her medicine as well. It was confusing, and she didn't plan to live in such confusion for the rest of her life. But at least for today, she could let her expectations soar. At least today, she could hope for a change and for happiness. Stepping foot up the last step, Celeste took a deep breath, looking towards the door Zilon resided behind. If she went into that room and Zilon once again shunned her, she'd probably wither like a flower. But if he embraced her, would she grow? Celeste shook the thought from her head as she walked up to the door. She was 99% sure he'd shun her, just as sure as she was that she wouldn't be his mate. And look at her now, carrying his mark on her neck. Fate had always been the one to decide for her, and today, it'd be the same. Pushing the door open, Celeste stepped inside, and just as she did, she was grabbed and roughly pulled further into the room. Surprise filled her heart jumping like a kangaroo in her chest. Zilon. Shh. He hummed out, pushing the door closed and shoving her against it. He leaned in, resting his head in the crook of her neck. Can I mark you? Celeste's breath hitched in her throat, an electrifying feeling running straight through her. I know. Then can I at least stay like this? If not, can I hold your hand or even the tip of your finger? I can't. It's hard, Celeste, to not touch you. Celeste weakly pushed him away, granting herself space, and only then did she offer him her hand. Guess there's no harm in you holding my hand. Zilon looked down at her hand, slowly reaching to take it. I really am sorry about last night, you know that, right? Celeste looked away from him, a prominent blush appearing on her cheeks. He sounded so different from how he usually did. The tone in which he spoke, the expressions on his face, and the way he touched her, everything was so gentle, as if he was trying hard to prevent himself from scaring her. I never thought that it would be this hard to ignore the mate bond. At first, I thought it'd be easy. All I had to do was push you away and put up a wall that you'd be unable to climb over, but it seems I won't be able to do that anymore. I'm the one being vulnerable now. I bet you're laughing at me. Not too long ago I was telling you to stay away from me, and now I can't even keep my hands to myself. I'm so fifth asterisk king pathetic. You're not. It's because of the rut. It's not just because of the rut. It's been like this since that night I marked you. The only difference is that I could control myself, and now that I can't, I realize something. Celeste's heart was on fire in her chest, the mate bond strong in every bone in her body. What did he mean? What was he saying? Slowly, her eyes glided over to look at him, curiosity in their depths. What? What did you realize? Zilon leaned in, once again resting his head in the crook of her neck. That it wasn't hard to choose you from the beginning. The attraction was there, the mate bond was strong, and you were such a sweetheart. It didn't have to come to this. He took a whiff of her scent, situating himself even closer to her. Is it too late to choose you now, kitten? Celeste shivered against him, undoubtedly wetting her panties. What was he saying? Was she hearing him correctly? Choose her over Celia? The rut must be playing a dangerous trick with his head. Was he drunk? On drugs? Celeste was confused. Why did he want to choose her now? What changed between them? She couldn't come to understand him. He wanted to choose her. He was asking her for a chance. What was she supposed to say? What was she supposed to do? Zilon? Celeste pushed against his chest, her legs almost giving out when he licked at her neck. Is it? Celeste pushed him again and didn't stop until there was distance between them. Could it be that this was only because of his rut? What if she said yes, and then later on found out that he only coaxed her to get between her legs? She'd be broken if that ever happened, which was why she took her time extinguishing the little hope she had. I don't think you deserve a chance, or rather, I don't think you mean it. Celeste, I want to go. I haven't finished breakfast as yet. She turned her back to him, grasping the doorknob, but unfortunately she wasn't able to twist it. She turned her back to him, grasping the doorknob, but unfortunately she wasn't able to twist it. Zilon's hand wrapped around hers, stopping her every movement. I get it. I've done you wrong so many times, but you don't have to believe me now. I'll give you the time you need. It took me this long to choose you. I don't care how long it'll take you to choose me. It won't even matter after you do. Dad's words paid off. You've been the strong one all this time. Even when I pushed you away, you refused to hide your feelings. You were in so much pain and you endured it for me. An ideal Luna. You care not just about yourself, but about others too. I thought about it last night. The moon goddess was never wrong. I was for ignoring your pain, for being selfish. Only you with a loving heart can lead this pack and teach me how to do it too. He let her hand loose and instead wrapped his arm around her waist. I'll give you time, but I can't live without physical contact right now. We don't have to mate. I just want you close. Can I lay with you? Celeste turned in his arms to look at him, indecisiveness in her eyes. Zilon, I can't. Please, I won't go overboard. I won't force you to do what you don't want to. But, Celeste sighed, austerity then taking a firm stance across her beautiful face. All right, but if you do go overboard, I'm going to reject you whether I die or not. I understand, kitten. Now come. He took a hold of her hand, hauling her over to the bed. He laid her down first, then settled behind her. Celeste could hear the pulsing of her heart in her chest when his body pressed against hers, his arm settling densely around her waist. It felt weird that Zillan was doing such a thing with her, but it felt good as well. The warmth his body exuded and the sensation it induced. She felt as though she was laying in a bed of roses. This was her wonderland, him finally accepting her. Celeste pushed back even closer to him, her hand gripping the arm that was wrapped around her. Not that I believe you, but what about Celia? I'll break it off with her as soon as we get back, and when you're ready, you'll be introduced to the pack and the mating ceremony will be kept. But don't you love her anymore? Everything you've done thus far was for her? Are you sure you want to choose me? Are you Shh, kitten. I can hear the shake in your voice. You're nervous, aren't you? You really don't believe me, and I understand. I'll tell you the truth, I'll be honest. He propped up his head on his free hand and then began to speak. I'm still fond of her, more than I am of you. But that's probably because I've known her longer than I have known you. I'm not sure if what's between us was really love or rather a connection I was too afraid to sever. You see, she's the one who made me who I am today, and maybe I felt that if I lost her, I'd lose myself too. You probably don't understand, but it's the truth. Then why choose to sever that connection now? Because I think the connection between you and I have the potential to grow. It could have flourished a long time ago if I'd given it a chance to. I still don't understand, how can you so easily give up on Celia when you didn't want to before? I don't understand it either, but I'm sure of one thing. I don't want to see you hurting yourself again, not on the count of me. It had always hurt when you cried, but the pain was unbearable when I saw you laying almost lifeless on my bathroom floor, and even more so when you were stringed up in that hospital room. But stop questioning it, kitten. Just work towards giving me a chance. Take however long you want, I'll wait. Celeste sighed, relaxing her shoulders. But should I really give you a chance? How can I be sure that you won't change your mind? I'm sorry for not trusting you, but it's inevitable. I know. You don't. You really don't understand how it feels to be unwanted all your life. When you marked me that night, my expectations were so high. I was so happy. I always wanted a mate because I thought that if everybody rejected me, he wouldn't. But guess what? He did, and yet I still tried my best to please him. I wanted him to choose me so bad, and when he didn't, I lost hope. Nobody wanted me, and I'm sure nobody still doesn't. Celis, don't try to convince me. I've known myself long enough to know that things never end with me being happy. I'm always the one left out, the one in the corner without a smile on the face. It's probably going to be the same now. You're going to choose me now. But as soon as you see her again, your choice will change and I'll be left in the corner again. If that's how it's going to be, then please don't be selfish anymore. Let me reject you. That's not how it's going to be, I promise. I'll break it off with her and I'll show you that my choice will remain the same. Well, until you do, my mind won't change and my lack of conviction in you won't either. Well, until you do, my mind won't change and my lack of conviction in you won't either. I understand. Silence descended between them after that, but Zillan's arm was still locked around her waist, his body pressed closely against hers, and it was like that until he decided that they had to eat something. They walked downstairs, Zillan so close behind Celeste that if she made a sudden stop, he'd undoubtedly bump into her. He really did understand what she was saying. It was so easy to comprehend her emotions. She didn't trust him, and he couldn't blame her. She had every right not to. As he already established, he had hurt her tremendously, broken her heart one too many times. So if she was fond of him enough to lay in bed with him, to hold his hand, to one day forgive him, he was grateful. For if he were her, he'd hate himself, and the fact that she didn't hate him was a miracle in itself. Stepping off onto the flat surface of the living room, he followed Celeste as she headed straight for the hallway that'd lead her back to the dining table. She looked beautiful even from behind, the way her blonde hair dangled behind her back and definitely the way her little body moved from side to side as she walked. Her ass too protruded from her PJs, moving along with every step she took. He wasn't sure how he hadn't noticed it before, how appealing she was to the eye. It was safe to say that she was prettier than Celia in her own way. She was the angelic type, the type that shined even when she was standing in the sun, and Celia, well, she was a temptation. She too was bright, but she was sometimes dark too. The revealing clothes she wore, the words she'd sometimes spew, was something Celeste would never do. They were different, not identical in looks and in personality too. Walking into the dining room behind Celeste, Zillan took a seat at the table and patted the seat beside him. "Are we going to eat the cold pancakes Mom left, or will you cook something else?" Celeste stood before the table, indecisiveness clear in her eyes. Do you want me to cook?" "I do, but not now. I doubt the cut in your wrist is fully healed. Let's just eat what Mom left us. Come here. Sit beside me." Celeste wasn't sure why, but she felt diffident. Perhaps it was the way he was looking at her or the difference in the way he treated her. Care seemed to be embedded in every word he said, and that fact wouldn't stop riling up her poor heart. Nevertheless, she walked over to the table, taking a seat beside him. He pulled the plates closer, offering hers to her. "Here." Celeste shyly took it, her lips fumbling even as she mumbled out a quiet, "Thank you." She reached for the fork and quietly they ate, until Zillan disturbed the silence. "Wait, where are my parents?" Celeste looked around, just now realizing that they were missing. "I don't know. Perhaps they're in their room. Or perhaps not. They're more likely somewhere outside discussing our future." Celeste swallowed what was in her mouth, placing the fork down. "Oh, Mom's really disappointed in me, though. I understand why, but still." He placed his fork down as well, eyeing Celeste. "They know what went on between us, and Mom hates me because of what I did to you." But why? I'm the one she should hate. I'm the hindrance in your life. I was the one who made you unhappy." "You weren't an hindrance, Celeste. You were my mate. I was an unwanted mate. But you aren't anymore. That's truly hard to believe. I know, but believe me, Celeste, I want you. I always have. But, kitten, I'm okay with you not believing me, but don't sell yourself short." He turned in his seat, now facing her. "You weren't a hindrance, you weren't unwanted. I was a fool. But He reached for her face, gently holding her chin captive. "It was hard holding back. It's even harder now that I've decided to accept my feelings. Stop doubting yourself. You weren't the problem, I was." He let her loose, easing out of his chair. "I'm done eating. If you're finished, can we go back upstairs?" Celeste bit her bottom lip as she looked down at her half-empty plate. "Well, I'm done, but I want to take a shower. I haven't showered since I came here last night." "Right, come on." Celeste followed him up the stairs to what he introduced to her was the bathroom. "There's a towel on the inside, and if you need anything else, you can ask me since I'm going to be in there too." "Whoa, what?" "I'm coming, No. But, no." Celeste twisted the knob on the door, then pushed it open. I've never heard of Rut killing an alpha in 15 minutes or killing them at all, for that matter. Maybe it happened, but we just never heard about it." "Well, then does mean you're in pain?" "No, I just want to be near. I want to touch you. More than you'll allow, but that's okay. I'll endure it. I'm an alpha after all, but can I at least come in? I won't come near the shower curtain unless you ask me to." "No, I'll be out in a second." A second means an hour. Women always shower as if they want to strip their body of skin. Celeste stepped beyond the doorway with a sigh. She couldn't believe Zillan was behaving like this. Zillan, of all people. The rut truly affected him, in more ways than one. First, it made him decided that he wanted her, and he probably does not. And secondly, it's making him want to stick to her like glue. Perhaps he was thinking of her as Celia. It was comforting. But the fact that he could change after the rut went away made accepting this side of him harder than it should be. He had never clung to her before. He had never told her that he wanted her, never touched her lovingly except for that time when they mated, and he had never been one to speak to her kindly. Everything was different now, and if she wasn't careful, she'd be swayed into believing him, and then she'd end up hurt again. What she needed wasn't to get close to him. She needed to get far away. She needed to think, to come to terms with the facts and accept life for what it is, and in this life, Zillan wasn't hers. "I'm sorry, but you can't come in here." And then, in his face, she closed the door, resting her back against it. She needed to accept that simple fact and prepare herself for the rejection. For the rest of the day, Zillan trotted behind Celeste like a dog. If she went outside, he was there too, and even when his father shunned him from beside her at the dinner table, he didn't move. It seems he really couldn't keep his hands to himself because in every step of the way, he was touching her. If he wasn't holding her hand, he was running his fingers through her hair, and if he wasn't doing that, his arm was possessively wrapped around her waist. When he went to take his shower, he had practically begged her to come with him. She didn't, though. And now, he was laying atop of her, saying something about not wanting her anywhere out of his sight. Celeste sighed, hardly able to twist or even turn on the bed. "Can you please get off? So you can lock yourself in the bathroom for an hour again?" "No. I'm not going to the bathroom. It's just that my bandages itch." "What?" He eased up off of her, rolling over onto the bed. "Let me see it." "It's nothing. It's just that..." Zillan grabbed her hand, closely assessing it. "It's probably because it got wet. I'm no professional, but I'll change it." He shuffled off of the bed, walking over to his dresser and pulling out the last drawer. "I've never really used this since I've always healed fast, but I'll try using them for you." He pulled out a small container, then approached her with it. "Does the stitches still hurt?" Celeste shook her head. "No." "That's good." He climbed onto the bed, taking her hand in his. Slowly, he unwrapped the bandage from around it, accessing the injured spot. "It seems to be healing faster than the doctor predicted. I'm happy." A blush climbed up Celeste's cheeks at his words, and she had no other choice but to look away. What was wrong with him? He kept saying things that'll only make her heart flutter. What a cruel man. Will you disinfect it?" "I suppose. I'm not sure if I should, but in order for the itching to stop, let's try that." He opened up his container, revealing all his first aid kit utensils. The alcohol was the first thing he grabbed, and Celeste's face twisted in agony before it even touched her. She knew it'd burn. She had used alcohol many times before. How about using something other than alcohol? "How about we not?" Zillan spun the cork off of the bottle and poured a tip of the alcohol on the cotton in his hand. "Brace yourself, kitten." The first couple dabs he made had Celeste whimpering in pain. But after that, everything was good. It didn't hurt anymore. The doctor said that bandages weren't really necessary, but it does a lot in protecting the injured area so it won't open up again. He also said that it may help you to heal faster, so I advised him to let you keep them on. If you want to take it off, then you're welcome to. Celeste looked down at her hand and shook her head. "It's okay, I'll keep it on." "All right then." Zillan grabbed for the bandage he had, clumsily rewrapping the area. As he said before, he wasn't a professional, but he did far better than he thought he could. When he was finished, he stuffed the container back in the drawer and placed the used bandages as well as the cotton on the bedside table before laying back down beside Celeste. "Tell me if it itches again. I'll change it for you." Celeste nodded, diffidence printed on every single body language she displayed. "All right." Zillan smiled over at her, throwing his hand around her waist. "You look like an angel." What? "I said you look like an angel. With only my imagination, I can see your wings, your halo. You're truly beautiful." If Celeste's face wasn't bright pink already, it was now. She beautiful? He must really be using his imagination because she was nothing of that sorts, and yet she still found herself softly whispering, "Thank you." "You're welcome, kitten." He pulled her closer, stuffing her head under his chin. "I want to ask you something, though. It's about your parents. Are you guys not on good terms?" Celeste's eyes widened at his question, surprised he'd asked such a thing. Yes, why?" "Well, because when they visited the hospital, it didn't seem so. Your mother especially, My mother is fine. We get along well, don't stress it." The lie in her voice was evident. Even she could hear it. But even so, she hoped Zillan believed. "All right, but if anything happens, you know you can tell me, right? You're not unwanted anymore. You've stopped being unwanted since the very day you stepped foot in my house." Celeste's chest tightened, her heart plummeting against it. His words sounded so reassuring that she found conviction in them. The way he said them, his tone, his subdued voice, it made her feel safe in his arms. Maybe she really wasn't unwanted anymore. Maybe she really could trust him. Even in his rut, he hadn't done anything to ruin her dignity. He had touched her on the first night, but he had apologized for it twice, and the kindness he showed her after could probably make up for it. Celeste wished this side of him wouldn't change. Not when the rut went away, not when they got back home, and not when he saw Celia. She liked him better this way. A Zillan that seemed to treasure her. A Zillan that turned out to be the first person who made her feel extremely wanted. Wrapping an arm around him as well, Celeste closed her eyes, falling into the most blissful sleep she had ever entered in her whole life. Celeste stirred out of her sleep, her eyes immediately finding Zillan, who kept grunting beside her. Sweat covered his face and his body kept twisting and turning as if he was in deep torment. She sat up on the bed, rubbing her eyes with one hand and shaking him with the other. "Zillan," she called, but Zillan neither opened his eyes or answered. She shook him harder, worry in her gaze. "Zillan! Zillan!" It took quite some time, but in half a minute or so he jumped out of his sleep, looking around as if he wasn't sure where he was. His shirt was soaked, each breath he took heavy, and even as his eye darted over to her, he still seemed disoriented. "Celeste, you were grunting in your sleep, It's okay, come here, kitten." He opened up his arms, but Celeste didn't move an inch from where she sat. His scent was weird. She wasn't sure why, but his pheromones were on the loose too. She could sense his need to protect, possess, and mate, and it affected her in some way. Her head felt light, her body too, and she felt even more drawn to him than before. The mate bond was like a living thing inside of her, and even though she tried to resist the sudden urge to curl up in his arm, she couldn't. Slowly, she crept over to him, situating herself in his big, protective arms. Zillan, what's happening? Your scent, it's..." Celeste's body stiffened, a low whimper escaping her lips when his scent got even denser. She could smell his arousal now, and that along with his pheromones managed to turn her on like a light switch. "Zillan," she whimpered. Zillan looked down at her, guilt shadowing his eyes. "It's not intentional, kitten. My body keeps producing seductive pheromones in order to coax you to mate me. It'll probably stop soon. Just bear with me." Celeste nodded against his chest, fingers hanging onto his shirt for dear life. Is it because of the rut? I suppose so. Then does that mean you're... Don't mind me, I'm fine. But Celeste knew better because even as he said that, his teeth were clenched and his body rigid. His face was beetroot red, his eyes hardly blinking. He was restraining himself, Celeste knew. The way he held her tight said it all. He was trying his best to protect her even though he was suffering. He knew she wasn't ready to accept him completely, and it seems he meant it when he said he wouldn't force her to. Celeste felt it when her heart skipped a beat. Nothing but a flourishing happiness in her chest as she buried her face further in his chest to hide her blush. He was doing so much to protect her. The least she could do was try her best to protect him. Wrapping her arms around him, Celeste sighed. You're lying, aren't you? You're not fine. You're in pain. Why would I lie? I really am fine. Quit lying and tell me what I can do to help. There's nothing you can... I'm not ready for us to mate again, but there must be something else that I can do. Touch ma... No, I meant nothing. There's nothing that you can do. Celeste raised her head, her hand hesitantly dipping under his shirt, smoothing over his sweaty skin. Touch you here? She shyly asked, her eyes avoiding his. Zillan groaned, gripping her hand to stop its movement. Celeste, stop. You're playing with fire. You'll get hurt if you continue. But I want to help. Just tell me what to do. I'll do it. Celeste, please, Zillan groaned again, turning to face away from her as he relocated her hand. Down his stomach, he hauled it, lodging it right over his covered rock-hard length. Here, you can touch me here. Celeste's eyes widened, her heart racing in her chest. But I told you couldn't help. Just sit still, kitten. This will pass soon. Celeste shook her head. I'll do it. I'll help. Her hand ran along his covered length, shaking like leaves in the cold, windy winter. Should I pull your sweatpants down? Tell me, what should I do? Zillan glanced at her with a sigh. Don't do anything that you'll regret later. Stop now if you know you can't. I can take care of it myself. Celeste shook her head again, pulling at his sweatpants. I won't regret it. Gee, just take it off. Zillan was hesitant, but did as she told him. His body was hot. Even he could feel it. His rut was getting worse. It was becoming a torture now. The fact that Celeste was so desperate to help was applauding, but he couldn't help but wonder if he was pushing her too far. She was as innocent as a nun when he first touched her. It was obvious that she'd never been touched before, and now that she was touching him, he was certain that she'd never touched anyone else before. Her hands were shaking, and even though she sounded so sure, an indecisive gleam reflected from her eyes. If she couldn't manage, if she found herself being pushed too far, would it be harder for him to climb over her walls? Zillan sat down on the edge of the bed, throwing his sweatpants on the floor. Celeste, let's talk about this first. Celeste crept over to where he sat, gulping as she stared at his underwear. I think you should take this off too. Celeste laid her head against his shoulder. Just let me help you. Just this once. Let me touch you. And Zillan could no longer refuse such irresistible eyes. Celeste swallowed thickly, shuffling uncomfortably on Zillan's lap. He was completely naked before her eyes, and his bareness was doing just what it was supposed to, arouse her. I've never done this before. I know, kitten. Then tell me, what should I do? Zillan grabbed her hand, closing it around his hard member. This? He slowly guided her hand down his thick length, groaning breathlessly as he did so. Asterisk Kike, he cursed, hooded eyes drifting over to her. The very first stroke of your hand, and it feels so good. Can you imagine if I was sheathed inside of you now? The pleasure I'd feel would be unimaginable. He guided her hand back up, eyes still holding deep contact with Celeste, who was shaking like a leaf in front of him. She was aroused too. He could smell the little slick she secluded. He could see it in her eyes, and yet she was set on pleasing him instead of herself. Such a good girl. Loosely wrapping his free hand around her neck, he pulled her closer, huskily whispering in her ears, "I'm about to lose it, I know. Your scent, the innocence in your stare, everything is driving me insane. I want to sink my teeth in your neck so bad I want to *CK the life out of you too, but for now, I'll settle with a kiss. Can I kiss you?" Celeste nodded without even thinking about it, but then again, could she even think straight? Zilon was in front of her, gorgeously naked, looking at her with a gaze so hot. She was losing it too. She was so aroused that it wasn't only her hands that trembled, her legs too. She couldn't function properly. All she could think about was him, how sexy he looked and how sexier he'd look pleasuring her. But she couldn't give in to such thoughts. She had promised not to mate with him until he proved that he'd leave Celia. She trusted him, but not to such extent he could say he would and never do. Celeste wasn't ready for such disappointment, but the least she could do was have a little faith in him. He was probably telling the truth after all. He was in rut, and all he seemed to think about was her. He followed her around, maintained physical contact, and endlessly tried to persuade her to trust him. And now, she couldn't even complain about being unwanted anymore because there was so much desire in his eyes, such a heavy crave for her. Perhaps she could cross the line again. Perhaps she could put more trust him in. For enduring this much, he deserved it, didn't he? Looking away from him, Celeste grabbed his hand, stopping him from moving hers down his length. I want... Her lips trembled as she spoke, slick dripping down her walls. "I want you." With a groan, Zilon's index finger snaked under her chin, repositioning her head so she faced him. "I know. Then touch me." Zilon shook his head. "This is what I didn't want. I knew it'd happen. My arousal would only force yours, and even if you don't want to, you'll eventually crave to be touched." But, think straight, Celeste. You don't want this, do you? You're not ready. You told me you weren't. I am now, please. She scooted closer to him, searching for more physical contact. "Please just touch me." Zilon sighed, letting both her hand around his member and her chin loose. "Kitten, I really want to, but I don't want to push you too far. I don't want you to wake up tomorrow morning and regret it." Celeste shook her head. "I won't. I've never regretted anything that involved you. You were my first friend, my first kiss, and you took my virginity too. I don't regret the bad times either. It's what led up to this. So please." Zilon bit his bottom lip in deep thought, then wrapped his arm around her in what Celeste assumed was approval. "All right, kitten, brace yourself." His hand slid up her thigh, taking her nightgown with it. His fingers then gripped the waistband of her panty, pulling it down her thighs. "I can already imagine how good it'll feel, can you?" Celeste nodded, adjusting herself so he could easily get rid of her panty. Her eyes watched as it fell to the floor, her lips pursed as his finger slid across her clit. Zilon." Zilon looked up at her. "Call me Alpha. Call me mate too. Call me yours." His digit slid over her clit again, gliding straight into her wetness with ease. "As warm as the very first time I touched you." Celeste whimpered, desperately shuffling on his thighs. You, please. For more." An unexpected moan slipped off of Celeste's lips when he added another finger, plummeting them deep into her. "Zilon," she moaned out. Zilon situated his hand under her chin, roughly lifting her head. "Alpha Celeste. Call me Alpha." Celeste's lips fumbled, another moan breaching the air from her lips. Alpha. Good girl. Now for the kiss I asked for. He pulled her closer, taking her lips between his. The kiss was rough, nothing like Celeste had ever felt before. It's like his lips were battling with hers, and yet it felt extraordinary, and everything he did felt exactly the same. The roughness in his touch now turned her on even more. The demands he made, everything. Damn, it was all driving her insane. Even the way he roughly bit her lips, the way he pulled it with his teeth before letting go. He was good at this. He knew what to do. He was going against her expectations, surprising her as he went, and nothing felt better. Moaning, Celeste gripped at his shoulder, not losing the eye contact they shared. Take me. I'm ready now. Please. As you wish, kitten. He grabbed around her waist, squeezing the delicacy of her skin as he lifted her. Brace yourself, kitten. He took a hold his hard length, the thick, long beast that wouldn't stop drooling to be inside of her. He ran it along her clit, sliding it down into the only blissful cavern he knew. He took a hold his hard length, the thick, long beast that wouldn't stop drooling to be inside of her. He ran it along her clit, sliding it down into the only blissful cavern he knew. The warmth enveloped him immediately, her walls locking around him and a cry so full of pleasure falling from her lips. Her legs shook against his, her body producing even more slick to aid his thrusts. He could feel it dripping down his C*CK, moistening it, making it easier for him to fully sheath himself inside. Taking full advantage of that, he snapped his hips forward, burying himself balls deep into her. She hollered out again, her arm wrapping around his neck, instinctively pulling him closer. Zilon! Zilon looked down at her, eyes seeming darker than they were a second ago. What did I tell you, kitten? Celeste shrugged against him, nothing but pleasure coursing through her. You said, I don't know. You don't know, huh? Celeste shook her head. No, can you repeat? A sudden gasp fell off of her swollen lips when Zillon's hand came down hard against her ass. She shivered against him, whimpering when he roughly gripped the skin that was undoubtedly red. I thought I told you to call me Alpha. Say it. Celeste's lips wobbled, her eyes drifting up to meet his. Alpha, she stuttered out. Right, I'm your Alpha, the only one who can do this to you. The possessiveness in his statement had tingles running down Celeste's spine. It was probably because of the rut, but she couldn't help but find bliss in his words. He was hers, he said. Her Alpha, her mate, hers. What could possibly make her happier? This was all she needed. From the very beginning, this reassurance was all she had craved. Now that she had it, now that he gave it to her lugubriousness was long gone. She was no longer unwanted. He wanted her. She was significant to him, and she couldn't deny wanting him too. His attention, his love, and now she was desperately in need of his touch. She wanted his lips all over her body, and his manhood so deep inside of her that it could touch her heart. She wanted him so goddamn much. Zillo, no Alpha. Celeste gasped again, this time not because of a painful slap, but because she was flipped over, her back hitting against the mattress, Zillon's manhood slipping right out of her. A whimper so desperate left her lips, her legs spreading wider, her arms reaching out to him. Please! Zillon dived into her arms, then right back into her with one single thrust. It was now time to show her what he meant, to please her as well as himself. He had wasted enough time. His C*CK was already hard enough to F*C King burst, and she was wet and more slippery than soap that just came out of water. What was he waiting for? She had begged him to take her, whimpered for his C*CK like a slut. Why was he delaying it? He had no reason to. She was his. He'd gladly show her that. Retracting his hips, he plummeted back inside of her, pulling a broken cry from the very depths of her throat. Her arms hugged him tighter, pulling him closer, giving him no other option but to bury his head in the crook of her neck. He inhaled her scent, his tongue licking against the soft, sweaty skin as his thrusts deepened. She still smelled like heaven, she tasted like it, and she undoubtedly felt like it too. Her walls were as comforting as ever. They, for one, coaxed him to move faster, push harder, go even deeper. They were like a cage, too small for him to fit, but still had the capacity to hold him captive. It kept squeezing him, suffocating him, and yet despite that, he did not want to leave. You won't. It was like this the last time too. He was already hard, and yet every sound she made rendered him harder. Every cry, every moan, every whimper, every purr. It was like she could regulate his desire, and instead of turning it down, she kept turning it up. He really couldn't explain just how much he wanted her. His desperation was endless, and she kept denying it, refusing to see it. Why, though? Zilan gyrated his hip, an animalistic groan reverberating against his chest. Why did she keep abnegating his feelings? He drew back to the very extent of pulling out before ramming back inside of her. Why, kitten? Celeste clawed against his back, her toes curling into the mattress. Zilan! Zilan repeated his actions, this time ramming into her even harder. It's Alpha, kitten! Celeste hollered out brokenly, her eyes watering. His thrust kept adding to the fire in her stomach. He kept hitting the right spots. He kept. Another cry fled Celeste's lips when Zilan once again rammed into her. Zilan! He did it again. Alpha, Celeste, call me Alpha! Celeste threw her head back, her legs shaking against him as she exploded, letting loose what she had been holding back. Her lips stretched open, a silent moan breaching the air in breaths of desperation as she pushed back against the bed, trying to get away from the pleasure. Zilan grabbed her, finally raising his head from the crook of her neck. I'm not done with you yet. Where the F***CK are you going? His hips rotated, then he started thrusting into her hard and fast. Celeste whimpered, wetting her cheeks with tears. It felt good, too good. She felt as though the pleasure could kill her. She was overly sensitive. She just came, and yet still Zilan wouldn't let up. He was being cruel, giving her too much of what she begged for. But could she complain? Even though she was suffering because of her sensitivity, even though she was shaking like a leaf, she wouldn't exchange this for the world. She wanted him to slow down, but a part of her didn't. The roughness, the manhandling, it was all worth it if this pleasure was what she'd gain. Hugging him tighter, Celeste gave up trying to run away because it's obvious that he wouldn't let her. He was too deep into his lust. He had succumbed to his desires, and overall, she was happy that she was capable of making him lose control. That only meant that he really did want her, that he truly was holding back. She could see it in his dark eyes that stared down at her, feel it in his every thrust. He wanted her for real. She could trust him. She could cross the line. She could. Celeste moaned out, her eyes rolling back when Zilan deepened his thrusts. A hand of his grabbed at her nightgown, effortlessly tearing the part that covered her breast open. He took one nipple into his mouth, tongue rolling over the stiff bud, teeth nibbling it. Was he really trying to kill her? What was he? Celeste threw head back, crying out when the fire in the pit of her stomach once again ignited. This man was a god, a beast when it came on to sex. How was it possible that he knew just what to do to arouse her? She had already came, and yet another explosion was brimming. So close, so... Celeste moaned, shaking legs wrapping around him when he trailed kisses up to her neck. She heard when his teeth extracted the rest was history. She couldn't think, she just knew she came. Hard. Her legs started to shake more fiercer and she squirted all over herself. She was a mess. even more so when Zillion's knot extended from his shaft, locking right inside of her. It was painful, and this time, instead of pleasure, she was crying due to the pain. Zillion retracted his teeth, licking her neck, and before completely pulling away, he laid a kiss on the mark. He then looked down at her, his cum splattering all over her walls. It hurts. Zillion. Zillion nodded, leaning down to lay a quick kiss on her lips. I know, kitten, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional, it was out of my control. He wiped at her cheeks, taking her tears with him. We'll have to stay like this until it retracts. Just bear with me, kitten. Celeste nodded, hugging around his neck and pulling him down against her chest. Zillion sighed against her, trying his best not to move his lower half. Was I too rough? I'm sorry. You weren't. It felt nice. Sure? Celeste nodded. Yes. Well, then I'm glad. The knot retracting was just as painful as it was when it had extended. Celeste had to hold her breath in order to not cry. Zillion had help too. He had kissed her lips, her cheeks, her forehead, and even her eyes in aid of comforting her. And it seemed it had worked. As soon as his knot was fully retracted, he rolled off of her and onto the mattress beside her, breathing heavily. He looked tired. He probably was. After everything he had done tonight, it was impossible for him to not be tired. Are you all right now? He breathlessly asked, and Celeste nodded. Okay. He sat up on the bed, looking back at her spent and completely messy body. Do you maybe think we should take a bath, though? Celeste looked down at herself, not having any other choice but to nod. I'll go set the bath. Wait here. Zillion shuffled off the bed, taking up his sweatpants from the floor and hauling it on before walking out the door. Even in such a state, she managed to be appealing to his eyes. Her eyes were hooded, her hair messy, and still, she was the prettiest girl he had ever laid eyes on. He really was whipped, and he wished he had noticed it sooner. Taking large steps down the hall, Zillion shoved his hands in his pockets, only coming to an immediate stop when he heard whispering. What are you doing, Gregory? Hide, you fool. His head turned in the direction of the noise, spotting his parents at the bottom of the stairs. His mom was hiding behind his father, and his dad couldn't even meet his eyes. Zillion tilted his head, glaring down at them. What's wrong with you guys? Celine peeked out from behind Gregory. Well, you two decided to make noise. How do you expect two perfectly hearing werewolves to sleep? We had no other choice. All right, so let me get this straight. The noise made it impossible for you to sleep and you guys came closer to it. Aren't you too sensible? It's her. This woman always forced me into her wrongdoings. Zillion rolled his eyes. You're just as bad, Dad. Shut up, Zillion. Celeste will be sleeping with us from now on. If so, then we're leaving tomorrow. Celine turned to her mate. See? I told you we successfully raised a selfish bastard as a son. Let's disown him, Gregory. Gregory sighed, throwing an arm over her shoulder. Come on, honey. You obviously need sleep and probably your medications. You're a bastard, too. Gregory ignored her, waving at his son. I hope you're done with her now. And then he walked away, taking his mate with him. Zillion blushed, continuing on his way to the bathroom. Did those F***cockers hear that too? He whispered to himself. He pushed the bathroom door open, and after setting the bath, he went back for Celeste. What took you so long? I heard your parents, but couldn't understand what they were saying. They were just being bastards, kitten. Come. Celeste shuffled off the bed, her feet wobbling as soon as she stood. Zillion caught her, concern in his eyes. Are you all right? Yes, it's just that my legs are still shaking. Zillion woke up to Celeste wrapped securely in his arms. The shirt she wore smelled just like him. But how could it not? It was his. Last night after showering, he had forced her into wearing it, and when she had finally thrown it over her head, pride had filled his chest to the very brim. Beneath it, she wore nothing but a pink panty that he had watched her put on, her legs and a fair portion of her thighs on full display. It was a tempting sight, but he had managed to push back the sensual thoughts and focus on the fact that she was already worn out. He had been rough. He had F***cucked her like he had never F***cucked anyone before. He had gripped her with the aim of never letting go, and his hips had worked like an oiled-down engine. She had cried out, tried to get away, and yet still he had held her captive to the pleasure. During that very moment, he felt as though his stamina was endless. He had truly lost it. His rationality was not intact, but she had enjoyed that wild side of him, and he was glad. Glancing down at her, he sighed, brushing the loose strands of blonde hair out of her beautiful face. She looked so peaceful while she slept. Her halo was so bright over her head. The steadiness of her heartbeat, the softness of her breath, both sounds was like music to his listening ears. He could see it now, what he had refused to see before. This girl was indeed all he needed to lead this pack. One look at her and his pride would fly sky high. Before now, he had really loathed the moon goddess for mating her to him, but now he was thankful. After all, she was prettier than diamonds, more shinier than gold. Her beauty was unparalleled. Nothing could match up to it. Her blue eyes outdid the color that ran with the oceans. Her red lips tasted even sweeter than cherries. Her lashes, long and flawless just like the rest of her. She was created to please only him. Even her shy personality made him happy. What would he have done if he had lost her? He'd probably be devastated, lost in a dark hole. For you see, Celia had never once made his heart skip so much beats. She was beautiful, she was nice, she had the ability to rile him up, to calm him down, but still he had never deemed her so precious and fragile as he did Celeste. He had never wanted to protect her so bad, to secure her in his arms and never let go. Perhaps it was because she was a beta, someone strong enough to protect herself, or perhaps it was just that he didn't care for her enough. There was no bond for him to hold on to, nothing to grow their connection, and instead of severing it for somebody he could thrive with, he had foolishly held on. His stupidity was what led Celeste down a path that could have killed her, and now the guilt of being selfish, of openly and deliberately hurting her would follow him for the rest of his life. He was aware of the fact that she forgave him, but he didn't think he'd be able to forgive himself. Sighing, he carefully unwrapped his arm from around her, then sat up in bed. He knew he didn't deserve her, but she'd have to forgive him for being selfish once more because he would never let her go. With determination in his thoughts, he rolled off the bed to brush his teeth, but stopped to look back at the bed when a hand grabbed onto his. Don't go. Zillion's eyes met her now open ones with nothing but adoration. She looked even more angelic now than she did when she was asleep. Her blue eyes, they lit up her whole damn face. Why? Is there something wrong? Celeste shook her head, gripping his hand tighter. It's just that you had left me alone in bed that time. Zillion's heart broke into two, his guilt overpowering his pride. He remembered it too that morning after he had taken her virginity with nothing but passion, then woke up only to tell her that it meant nothing. That was what he regretted the most. It was probably still painful for her. She perhaps thought he'd do it again. Sighing, he sat down beside her on the edge of the bed, once again brushing her hair out of her face. Last night meant everything to me. The fact that you had trusted me enough to open your legs was enough to make me happy. Thank you. Celeste hid her face against him, appearing shy in Zillion's eyes. Then where are you going? To the bathroom. I thought I'd brush my teeth before breakfast. Oh. Do you want to come? Celeste nodded, finally raising her head to stare at him. I'm sorry for doubting you. That's inevitable, kitten. Let's go. He got up from the bed again and Celeste followed him as he walked out the door, the big shirt she wore hanging down on one shoulder and brushing with incessant against her bare thigh. Her body was still weary from last night. She could walk properly now, but the sex was so deep that she could still feel it in her core. That was okay, though. She was glad that memories of last night was still with her body. Memories of him. She was also glad that this time he didn't walk out on her, didn't tell her that it meant nothing. She was right to trust him. He really was sincere. Entering the bathroom door behind him, Celeste watched as he took her toothbrush from the mug on the sink, plastering it with toothpaste before passing it to her. She quickly took it and waited until he reached for his to start brushing her teeth. She wasn't used to this yet, but soon, she'd be able to dwell around him without having a single doubt in mind.